Assistant Secretary of State and Senior Advisor to the U.S. Envoy to Iran. Len, as always, great to have you on the show with me. Trump's warning Iran the U.S. will start bombing at a much higher level of intensity if Tehran does not agree on a deal. His threat comes hours after the White House believed it was closing in on a memorandum to end the war. It's a confusing picture, but where do things stand currently as you see it?
Well, Leigh Ann, thanks again for having me back. I think, we don't really have clarity on where things stand, to be honest with you, because a pause is a tactical maneuver that could lead to a good deal, a bad deal, or no deal. So I don't think we know yet where we're headed. What I can say is that the regime in Iran has bought itself some time, working within this gray area of half measures works in its advantage because it doesn't have military leverage. So the U.S. is doing the regime a favor by indulging these half measures. An MOU may just be another half measure that will buy the regime some time and allow it to gain some strength. But look, I mean, if the U.S. continues its blockade and the pressure and the Iranian economy continues to suffer, it's not capable of selling oil to on the black market, I think it will continue to degrade its ability to function, which is obviously going to create more pressure on it to survive.
But victory looks very different right now if you are in Tehran and Washington. As you said, no clarity at the moment. But looking at that 14-point plan that's been circulating in the media, can both sides claim victory if a deal is agreed? Because Iran has proved it can tolerate extreme economic and military pain.
Well, I think a deal in and of itself is not the objective. I think what the United States is after, and certainly our friends in the region are after, is some sort of a long-term arrangement that guarantees that the Islamic Republic is no longer able to project its power beyond its borders. So, the devil's always in the details. We'll see what the final negotiated terms are. But I don't think, saying that we have a deal is necessarily a definition of success. The substance is going to tell us whether this is, a win or a loss or more confusion that's going to lead to, flare up of the next chapter of this conflict.
Yes, because as Donald Trump says, he could hit Iran again harder if a deal isn't agreed. So the military options, Len, still clearly on the table. But on Monday, the U.S. Navy began escorting commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. By Tuesday, the operation had been paused. Do you think the U.S. has accepted Iran's demand to settle the Strait of Hormuz first and then talk about nuclear later? Because we know this is such a key economic choke point for the whole world.
I don't think so, because I think for the president, the blockade puts pressure on the regime and it forces it to negotiate uncomfortably. If we relieve some of that pressure, the regime doesn't have the motivation to sit at the table and negotiate the harder issue of surrendering its nuclear program. So for the United States and President Trump, who's always said the nuclear issue is the top priority, I think the terms of the final agreement, if there is one, is going to be defined as to the resolution of the nuclear issue. Certainly, there are other things that are important, including opening up the strait, including the degradation of Iran's ballistic missile program, its terrorism, its abuses of its population. All of those things are considerations. But I think for the president, an absence of a clear, statistically significant win on the nuclear issue is not going to be reasonably defined as success.
Have we reached the end game of this conflict, or could this still be derailed if Israel doesn't accept the agreement? Because we see Israel continuing to bomb Lebanon despite a ceasefire in place, as the Iranian proxies are still operating in the region. And I think the big question here, Len, is where's Israel in all of this?
Well, I think Israel is certainly inclined to work with the United States to drive the terms of the resolution of this conflict in an acceptable resolution. But, let's face it, the United States has an interest, Israel has an interest, our Gulf allies have interests of their own, and the people in Iran have an interest too. So any one of those parties has the ability to weigh in and influence the outcome. So I think we need to recognize that, because I don't know how long the UAE is going to be able to put up with threats to its sovereignty, or for that matter, the Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or any other country in the region. So I think let's not forget that while we're all friends and we would like to resolve this definitively, we all have our own definition of success. And regardless of what the US and Iran decide between themselves, I think others will have to make a decision whether that's acceptable or not for them.
And Iran's top diplomat, Abbas Araghchi, has hailed constructive talks in China. He's in China as we speak. Donald Trump is actually going to China in a month's time. Could China shape the direction of the US-Iran war, do you think? Could they have a lot of leverage over Iran, especially when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz?
I certainly think China has leverage over Iran. I don't think they have the definitive leverage, because at the end of the day, the regime is interested in survival. The regime is not what I would call a normal nation state that is driven by purely logical motivation. I think at the end of the day, they've shown themselves to be willing to not only sacrifice their own population, but create threats to its neighbors. So whether anybody trusts this regime to, first of all, reach some sort of an acceptable solution, but even if they sign a piece of paper, the big question is, can we trust them to abide by it? And I don't think we can. And therein lies the rub, that, whether we come to some sort of a nominal deal or not, at the end of the day, any deal with this regime guarantees that whether it's the United States, Israel, or someone else, we're going to have to keep coming back and mopping up the continuous threats that the regime poses, certainly to the region, but well beyond that as well.
Len, as you did mention, trust is a big issue, especially when it comes to the negotiations. And I do apologize, President Donald Trump is actually in China next week, May the 14th or 15th. I made a mistake. I said it was next month. But Len Kordakowski, as always, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks so much.
Let's continue this conversation now with Tariq Raouf, former head of nuclear verification at the IAEA. Thank you so much for joining us. Tehran is reviewing a one-page memorandum to end the war with the US. It will also set a framework for detailed nuclear talks with America. Under the deal, Iran would agree not to develop a nuclear weapon. What does the US want to see out of any agreement when it comes to Tehran?
Well, it seems that there are too many issues on the table. One is the nuclear program, the other is ballistic missiles, then there is the regional behavior of Iran, and as well as the domestic human rights. So all of these things cannot be packaged into one deal, and we saw that with the Obama administration. They segregated the nuclear deal, and the nuclear deal was working well from January 2016 right up to the 11th of June last year, when Iran was bombed on the 12th of June. The IAEA was continuously verifying on a daily basis, and certifying that Iran did not have a structured nuclear weapon program. So all this talk coming from the US and the allies that Iran must not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon is fine, but the IAEA already was saying that it doesn't have a nuclear weapon. So this is creating a false narrative. We need to go back to a verified agreement with the IAEA playing a key role. And unfortunately, the IAEA has not been involved in any of the negotiations that have been carried out in Oman, in Pakistan. And without the IAEA providing its technical expertise, it is very difficult that the new deal can be agreed. And the IAEA Director General, Rafael Grossi, has already said publicly that any deal would be an illusion without the involvement of the IAEA. When it comes to these other issues, the Strait of Hormuz, human rights, ballistic missiles, those I think need to be compartmentalized. We need to build some level of basic confidence and then over time work those issues as well, in my view.
And it's really fascinating because you just said to me any deal without the involvement of the IAEA wouldn't really be a deal. And this is something that probably a lot of us haven't thought about. So right now, when you look at the situation and President Donald Trump talking about Iran not having a nuclear weapon, the other big question is Iran's enriched uranium. This remains unanswered at this stage. Is Tehran considering sending enriched uranium to America amid negotiated talks? And will the IAEA be involved in this process? Will America and Iran bring the IAEA in?
Well, the immediate concern is 440.9 kilograms of uranium enriched up to 60%. This is not weapons-grade uranium, as unfortunately many commentators say on the international media. It still needs to be enriched all the way up to 95% or more in order for a country to develop a functional and deliverable warhead. A nuclear warhead to be usable needs to be weigh between 300 to 500 kilograms so that one could put it on a missile and send it to its target. So for that, one really needs very high level of enrichment, which is not 60%. It's 95% plus. And according to US intelligence estimates, according to Israeli intelligence estimates, it would still have taken Iran more than a year to fabricate any nuclear warheads that were deliverable here. So this is one important consideration that we need to take into account. And secondly, before the bombings took place on the 12th of June last year, people should have thought about how is one going to go back and reestablish what the IAEA calls a nuclear material balance. That is measuring and weighing all the nuclear material, which it was doing until the 11th of June. So these three facilities, Esfahan, Natanz, and Fordow, have been very heavily bombed. The uranium would be at the bottom of the tunnels, mixed with the debris. We don't know whether the cylinders would have survived. And UF6, uranium hexafluoride, in normal form is a solid. It's not a gas. It only becomes a gas when one heats the cylinder. So even if access were to be given to these three bombed facilities, we would need excavators, we would need miners. There are unexploded bombs down there. And even then, it would be practically impossible if the cylinders are broken and destroyed to recover and reestablish what we call a nuclear material balance. That is to account for example, 440.9 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium.
And I think that was a really interesting point to make about the gaps in visibility that the IAEA is experiencing after these strikes by the US on Iran's nuclear facilities, like you say, Esfahan and Natanz. But under the JCPOA, Iran agreed to constrain its nuclear program. We know President Trump pulled America out of this agreement, saying the Obama deal was dangerous and it was naive. I think one of the big questions here is, do you think that President Trump can agree a better deal with Tehran than what Obama got all those years ago back in 2015? And we know it was implemented in 2016.
Well, that's a very good question. I think the Obama administration provided a good foundation for the next administration to build on that deal, to extend the uranium enrichment suspension beyond 10 years or 15 years, which is, I think, what the Trump administration should have done in its first term. But unfortunately, they accepted the Israeli catastrophic view that Iran was, days away from a nuclear weapon, and they trashed it. So over the next decade or so, Iran gradually stepped outside the JCPOA limits. We shouldn't forget that during this time, 7 Iranian scientists were assassinated by Israel on the streets of Tehran. There were sabotages and so on. So whatever little trust there was already eroding away. And this was also diminishing the IAEA's ability to do verification. So now I think it's very difficult for the Trump administration to come up with a deal that would be bigger and better than the JCPOA. And it seems that President Trump is increasingly frustrated that Iran is not turning over and surrendering abjectly, which is not happening. And that is why he keeps on ratcheting up the pressure, then he sort of downplays the pressure. So we again really don't know where this will end up. The jury's out, and at the moment, I don't think we really have any reliable information as to what really is under negotiation. Russia has agreed to take the highly enriched uranium, which earlier it had refused to do. I doubt very much that Iran would agree to send this to the United States, because this really would be a way of surrender for them and very difficult to sell domestically.
And just a final question before I let you go, if you would. We don't have much time left, but just speaking to you and listening to what you're saying to me, do you think that Iran was close to making a nuclear-grade weapon? Do you think that the US went in too quickly? Did they have false information?
Well, it's been reported by a number of US media outlets that a secret briefing that was given by the Israeli Prime Minister to the US President was the briefing that swung his decision to join Israel in attacking Iran on the 12th of June. The IAEA issued a report on the 31st of May, which said clearly, and I quote, Iran does not have a structured nuclear weapon program. It also reported, as I've already mentioned, that Iran had verified the nuclear material and the enrichment facilities on the 10th of June and the 11th of June. So there was no nuclear weapon. Of course, one could say that Iran having an enrichment capability gave it a latent capability in the future to enrich up to weapons grade. But that is something that could have been easily negotiated on the table instead of launching the attacks. And now we are stuck with this conundrum. We don't know where the nuclear material is. The IAEA has been blind now since June of last year, and it would be practically impossible to restore the nuclear material balance for 8,500 kilograms of enriched uranium, of which 440.9 is 60%.
Tariq, it's been absolutely fascinating having you on and hearing all your views. Thank you so much for speaking to me.
Thank you.
The president of the Canary Islands has criticised the Spanish government's plans to let the Hantavirus hit cruise ship dock on his shores. The MV Honduras vessel is due to arrive in the Canaries in the next few days, and 3 passengers have been evacuated to the Netherlands. 3 other passengers have died, and a number of others have been infected. Here's what the Canaries leader has told reporters.
We maintain technically that if the passengers are healthy, there is no contagion. It makes no sense for them to have to travel to the Canary Islands to be repatriated. They can perfectly well do so at Cape Verde International Airport. Therefore, if countries want to send planes to pick up their citizens and take them to their country of origin, why do they have to spend 3 days traveling to the Canary Islands? Nobody has explained it to us. Nobody has told us why.
Let's get the latest with travel editor Simon Calder. Simon, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for talking to me. We just heard a little clip there, but even though the national government supports the plan, the regional president of the Canary Islands has expressed opposition and concern. Why have the Canary Islands been asked to take this deadly cruise ship?
Well, it's the obvious next step. So bear in mind that this cruise ship has been sailing for more than 5 weeks, and an absolutely horrific journey for so many people. There's been quite a lot of action today, but basically they want to get off the ship. The obvious thing would be exactly as we were just hearing, for this to happen in Cape Verde. But Cape Verde is saying, no, we do not have the medical facilities to deal with this. Neither do we have any Cape Verde citizens on that ship. There are, however, Spanish people who can be taken off the ship. Why don't you just sail to the Canaries, about 3 days away, about 1,500 kilometres, going northeast across the Atlantic. And yeah, it's very, very reminiscent of the cruise of the COVID pandemic, when so many cruise ships were refused docking, and some were literally sailing for weeks trying to find a port where they could discharge their passengers.
You know, Simon, you have reminded me, and I did think of those COVID cruise liners when I saw the story. And as you said, 5 weeks, extremely distressing time for those passengers. But 3 people, including a British citizen, have been evacuated from the cruise ship at the centre of this deadly hantavirus outbreak. What do we know so far about those people?
Well, one of them was the 56-year-old British doctor, along with a German and a Dutch citizen as well. And they were very clearly ill with respiratory problems. As we know, there have been several deaths as a result of this, and they were taken off with extreme precautions. They were a couple of medical evacuation air ambulances were sent in. They were taken away. And can you believe that Dutch specialists in infectious diseases actually got on board the ship? They want to obviously do what they can to care for the passengers during the voyage to the Canaries, where they very much hope in Tenerife, the biggest island, they will be able to get off the ship. We've also heard in a separate piece of news that actually the sad case of the wife of the first victim, who was on her way back from Johannesburg airport, was actually briefly on a KLM aircraft. And there's concerns about that, not least because of the incubation period of this virus, up to 8 weeks before you know it. So what we expect to happen is that the ship will sail to Tenerife, where the Spanish passengers and crew on board will be taken to Madrid and put into isolation, another reminder of COVID. The other passengers will be flown home, and it's not yet clear under what arrangements that will happen. But clearly it's a horrible voyage, and we've been finding out today also about the possible source of the infection. It is thought to be, can you believe, a bird watching trip that was made while in the Argentinian port of Ushuaia, where the voyage began on the 1st of April. And it wasn't a standard going out into the hills or to the seashore to have a look. It was to a landfill site. And it appears that among ornithologists, landfill is really quite popular because it attracts birds who have flown for many thousands of kilometres across the ocean. They want a meal, and a good place to get that from is actually from a landfill site. So that is why they have been deciding that they went off for this. And of course, in a landfill site, you have all kinds of nasty things, including, it appears, the rat-related virus, Hantavirus, the Andes strain, which, as we've sadly seen, is also transmissible in very close conditions from human to human. So awful. And unfortunately, on a small expedition ship like this, well, it is clear that this has spread and must be just terrifying for the passengers and the crew who are still on board.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying. And that Dutch specialist is actually an amazing person to go on that ship and really help those people. I'm sure they appreciated that human contact and help. But Simon, the World Health Organization says the risk to the general public remains low. Should people who have booked a cruise feel reassured by what the World Health Organization is saying today?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Look, during COVID, to raise that again, I'm afraid, it was certainly the case that we had many terrible outbreaks of COVID on board cruise ships because it is extremely transmissible. So are gastric viruses such as norovirus, unfortunately. But this is so difficult to catch that I have a cruise booked in 2 months from now. I'm very much looking forward to going on it. And Hantavirus will be absolutely at the bottom of my list of concerns. I will simply enjoy it. But actually, one reason the Canary Islands government was so against receiving this ship is because they fear it could put off tourists from Northern Europe who were hoping to come to the Canaries for their summer holiday, their vacation, and instead will think, oh, I don't want to go somewhere where there is a fatal virus, thank you. That is also completely misplaced, but I guess that's what tourists are like.
Simon Calder, everyone watching this, I think will take your advice, and if they've booked a cruise, will go off and enjoy it. As always, great to have you on. Thank you so much for joining me. Authorities in China have halted production at all fireworks factories in Hunan province following a deadly explosion that killed 26 people and injured more than 60 others. Chinese leader Xi Jinping has called for a thorough investigation of the blast as residents of Luoyang City, famed for fireworks manufacturing, are picking up the pieces. Emily Sue reports.
Satellite images taken before and after the blast in Luoyang illustrate the extent of the damage at the fireworks factory. Today, firemen were still dousing flattened buildings to put out the smoke. Some people have begun returning to assess the condition of their homes. Those seen here appear to have gotten off lightly and were repairing broken roof tiles. Others face a far more severe situation. The explosion took place on Monday, sending massive plumes of smoke into the skies in Hunan province. The blast shattered windows and spread debris over the streets. Several buildings completely collapsed. It happened at the Huashan Fireworks Manufacturing and Display Company. Reports say 2 black powder storage warehouses within the factory compound posed high-risk hazards, and that the person in charge has been detained for questioning. Authorities say they are reviewing safety standards and have suspended all production for now. Meanwhile, many people are still recovering in hospital. Luoyang is the capital of China's fireworks industry, with more than 400 such businesses. In 2025, annual output exceeded $7 billion, about 70% of China's total fireworks exports. But the region has also come under pressure in recent years, as China's fireworks tradition has gradually been replaced by drone displays. Accidents related to storage are not uncommon. 9 people died in another blast in Hunan in June last year. May 1st marked the start of a year-long campaign to crack down on fireworks and firecracker, with stricter limits on safety, noise, and distribution. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Kensington Palace has confirmed that Catherine, Princess of Wales, will travel to Italy next week for her first official overseas visit since her cancer treatment. The princess's 2-day trip to Reggio Emilia in the north of Italy will be focused on early childhood education. Catherine's last foreign trip was back in December 2022 when she travelled to the US with her husband, Prince William. We can now speak to former royal butler and co-host of Royal Uncensored, Grant Harold. Grant, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So as I just said in the intro there, Catherine is off to Italy next week, her first official trip after her cancer battle. How is her recovery and how hard is it to get back out there after we did say she hasn't been on a royal tour for a while now?
Absolutely. Thank you for me on. I mean, yes, it's almost 4 years. I mean, she has been overseas in the last few years, but the last official royal tour was almost 4 years ago. And of course, we've seen over the last several months, she's kind of gone back into royal duty, certainly in the UK. So I'm not surprised that this tour has been Very short tour, but still has been announced. I think what is interesting that she's decided to do it on her own. Obviously, it's to do with her charity that she founded in 2021. Obviously, when it comes to children, that is a massive passion for her. And of course, she obviously feels that this is something she wants to do. So I think it's fantastic that she's actually undertaking this. It is only a few days, which is perfect. And she's obviously feels, in a good enough place to be able to undertake this. And we were aware many months ago when she said she was in remission. We can see, obviously, she's looking radiant. She's looking really well. She's undertaking normal raw duties in the UK. So it's a natural progression, I think, to take this tour on as well.
And as you say, Grant, she has been looking great and very radiant in all her pictures. But she's in Italy, you just touched on this, for a very specific reason and a cause close to her heart. Tell us more about it, because she also does a lot with children in the UK.
She does. Obviously, she's very passionate about the early development of children. It's something that she's always been interested in. I mean, I remember, when I knew her many years ago, now I should mention that, over 20 years ago, I remember when there was children around, she was always very good with children. She was always very good with her friends' children. And, I always used to think she'd make weirdly interesting, a bit like Prince William's late mother. I thought she'd make an excellent kind of nanny or daycare nanny because she was so good with children. So it's not surprising that this is something that she's very much taken on. It's a charity that she's very much involved with. And of course, she's got her own children. She's obviously a fantastic mother. We can see that. We can see how she is with her children. I think, obviously, with any mother, it's sometimes challenging when you've got quite a few children. One of them can be a little bit naughty, if you know who I'm talking about. But she's great with them. And obviously, this is a passion, when it comes to children, it's a passion. So it's nice that she's doing this. It's nice that I think this is why she's doing it on her own. William is such a great support to her. We know that. There's no doubt on it. I think, though, she feels, again, comfortable and confident enough to be able to do this on her own. But don't get me wrong. I mean, she'll have support. She'll have a team with her. She'll have a support base with her. So she won't be doing it entirely on her own. And, of course, she'll have the backing of her husband and, of course, importantly, the king as well for this.
And I know who you were talking about, Louis, and I love that little royal. He's just so cute, isn't he? Whenever you see the royal engagements, he's so full of fun. He's just a ball of energy, isn't he? He's a great kid.
We all wait for those balcony moments. You know what's funny? We used to wait for those balcony moments of the wonderful late Queen Elizabeth, just to catch a glimpse of it. Now we're all looking at Louis thinking, please do something spontaneous. Just do something you shouldn't. He reminds me so much. Obviously, I never met him. I've never, he was born many years after I'd gone. But he reminds me so much of, I believe, Prince Philip. I think he's got Prince Philip's wit and that naughty kind of glint in his eye. I think Prince Philip is such a shame. I think the relationship with him and Prince Philip would have been amazing. I think they would have got on very, very well.
I know, I love him, and especially when he teases his brother. He's always up for a little bit of fun, which is so
Absolutely.
nice to see in the kids. But let's get back to Catherine, because I could talk about Louis all day. But the two-day trip does not involve William, you said that, or her children. How important is Kate as a public ambassador to the royal family? Because she's so loved, and obviously she's gone through this horrendous cancer battle.
She's very important. I mean, I've got to say, I admire and respect her. I mean, I'm very fortunate and lucky to have known her. But I mean, I know the lady. I know exactly what she's like, and she has she's got such a very caring, down-to-earth side to her. What's great is she grew up in a very, if I can say, very kind of normal household. Obviously, with a brother and a sister, and her parents. Her parents did at one point have very kind of normal jobs. I mean, so she had a very kind of humble upbringing. It always makes me laugh when people kind of say, she was the first, and forgive the term, this is what it was described, the first kind of commoner to marry into the royal family. And I said, no, she wasn't. Technically, the Queen Mother was the first commoner to marry into the royal family, which is hysterical because that was a daughter of an earl. But I mean, Kate, has very much embraced this role. I mean, it's fantastic to see this very kind of shy, very reserved young girl suddenly become at the forefront of the royal family. And as you mentioned, she's crucial to the royal family. I mean, she's vital. I mean, and the love and admiration and support for her is extraordinary. And I think this health battle that she's gone through, and thank God, so many other people, thank God, has come through the other side. She's shown that, you know, with the greatest battles in life, you can fight them and you can win them. You can succeed. You can fight them and win. And, you know, I think a lot of people admire her for that, and the fact she shared such a personal, which we've never had royals do this before, you know, the King and Catherine sharing these personal battles is extraordinary. And then coming out the other side and then getting back on with the job, you know, literally throwing herself back into it. That's why I think we all love her. I don't think there's anybody that, you know, dare I even say it, even Republicans, I don't think there's anybody that doesn't actually admire and respect what she does.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. She's such a phenomenal woman, as you said, really went through a difficult time, but kept calm, carried on, came back to work and was very honest about the situation. But Grant, thank you so much for joining us. And I wanted to say, well, we're all commoners at the end of the day, and it's a good thing to be,
yes,
I think.
Absolutely, I agree.
Grant Harold, thank you. No problem. Let's take a look at the top business news now. OpenAI's President Greg Brockman has told a California court that Elon Musk supported making OpenAI for profit, but wanted full control to help fund his $80 billion Mars plan. The testimony comes as Musk seeks $150 billion in damages and the removal of CEO Sam Altman. Apple has agreed to pay $250 million to settle a U.S. lawsuit. It's accused of misleading iPhone users over its AI features, including Apple Intelligence and Siri upgrades. The company denies wrongdoing and will pay eligible iPhone 15 and 16 customers between $25 and $95 each. Turning to the sports news now, and Arsenal are through to the UEFA Champions League football final after a 1-0 win over Atletico Madrid. The team remain unbeaten in the competition this season, reaching their second Champions League final in the club's history. And rugby players will trial a slightly smaller ball in the women's 15s game later this year as part of the WXV Global Series. The move is aimed at improving handling and accuracy. England fly half Zoe Harrison has criticised the change, calling it the worst decision someone has ever made. A reminder of our top stories. President Trump says the bombing could resume if Iran doesn't agree to a deal as Tehran reviews the new proposal. The Canary Islands leader questions the decision to bring in Hantavirus-ridden cruise ship to its shores as 3 patients are evacuated to the Netherlands. And back on international duty, the Princess of Wales confirms her first solo trip since her cancer diagnosis. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Another week, another sign of a flagging transatlantic relationship. At a major European gathering, France's president described US tensions as the elephant in the room. Poland's leader went further, saying the alliance's greatest threat comes from within. Is this the clearest sign yet? A breakup could be on the cards. Stay with Al Arabiya English. Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, is coming up soon.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal, marking exactly 10 years since the launch of Saudi Vision 2030. Announced in April 2016 by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the vision set out an ambitious programme to diversify the kingdom's economy, society and culture, and also reduce dependence on oil. Well, at the heart of that transformation are giga-projects, which are designed to reshape how Saudi Arabia lives, works and welcomes the world. Well, one of these stunning projects is Diriyah, where we are today. It is the historic birthplace of the kingdom and home to the UNESCO-listed Al Turaif district. Well, to tell us more, we're joined today by the Group CEO of Diriyah Company, Leigh Ann Gerrans. So thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Yeah, very nice to see you.
I'd like to start by asking you to take yourself back to when you were first appointed as CEO of this project and you realised, looking at everything around you, that you had an enormous project to deliver. What went through your mind?
Excitement. I was very taken because I had a chance in 2016 to read the vision statement of 2030. I thought it was bold. And one thing that I loved, as compared to other vision statements around the world, is that tourism was going to play a very important part. But then I had known Diriyah because I had visited Diriyah in 1998. And there's a few things that I knew. I knew that its authenticity was unquestionable. It was the home of Al Saud. It was the birthplace of the kingdom. And now you had this UNESCO site that really nobody knows about around the world because tourism wasn't open except for pilgrimages to the kingdom. So I said, what an opportunity to be with His Royal Highness, to contribute to 2030, a young, passionate population in an authentic birthplace of the kingdom. Magical. Now, can I put it all together and deliver what will become, by an aspiration, one of the great gathering places in the world?
Right. So Diriyah isn't just a heritage site, it's also a giga project. And I just wondered, what was the sort of the thinking behind making it a giga project?
Yes. So we knew that in the economic terms of Vision 2030, that tourism would play a big role and that tourism would go from 3% of GDP to 10% of GDP. Now, if you're going to do that, you have a very, very big country, because if you look at the Gulf states, they're relatively small geographically. They can all fit into the size of the state of California in America, where I'm from. However, Saudi is 5 times the size of that, right? So you have a big country. You have water in the Persian Gulf. You have the Great Red Sea. You have UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So we knew that in order to get to 100 million visits, which is now 150 million visits, that you had to have all the amenities to draw people. So we didn't want to just restore the UNESCO site. We needed to build 42 hotels, hundreds of retail, restaurants, but we wanted it to have a 24-hour energy. Young people praying, going to school, working, people visiting. So that meant to put together a giga project, a master plan, that could cater to 100,000 people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to give it an urban energy. And that's why the original plan that was come up with His Royal Highness, 400,000 square meters, went to the 14 million square meters it is now, because it has all the amenities associated with urban lifestyle, but in a walkable, pedestrian-friendly way.
All right, so quite different from the original blueprint. I mean,
very much
very
so.
different. And just walking through parts of Diriyah, and, you know, I've had dinners and lunches and things here. I mean, it looks finished, but I mean, I know that's only a part of it. There's still a lot more to do, isn't there? What sort of percentage would you say is done and what remains to be done?
Yeah, that's interesting, but it's a little bit of a deceiving question with good news. Because what happens is that today, the 14 million square meters, almost all of it is on rock. You know, that's very important. Now, His Royal Highness wanted Diriyah to be walkable, pedestrian-friendly. Let's have people outside. Now, 7 kilometers of Diriyah is in the Wadi. Also very important to have people outside picnicking, exercising, riding their bikes, going for walks, quality of life, right? You're going to have people visiting from all over the world. Our UNESCO site now has already welcomed 5 million people, right? So you can see that that part is very successful. We opened Bijeri Terrace, Zalal. Last night we did 3,200 covers because the community and the people that are visiting us love it. But here's where it's deceiving. The amenities of the 14 million square meters, only about 5% is done. So you say, well, only 5%, it has that dynamic, that feel. But 80% of the infrastructure is done, which is the messy, complicated part. What's the land? Acquiring the land, demo the land, put all your infrastructure in. 60,000 parking spots underground, so it could be walkable above. So this monumental achievement is almost done, 80% done, almost completely done by the end of 2027. That will allow us then to build all the surface apartments, which we've done, hotels, restaurants, Diriyah Square, which will open in the beginning of 28.
Okay, so actually the hard part is done, all that stuff that's underneath where we're sitting now, all the underground.
Correct, yeah, and not only done, with the most sophisticated smart city technology. We know all usage of water, all usage of mobility, fully integrated with AI, very, very sophisticated infrastructure below ground on the highest level of technology, so above you can have just culture and heritage and people enjoying the outdoors.
Right, and when you walk through it as a visitor, you see all these well-known brands, shops, restaurants, you mentioned the hotel chains as well. Has the level of international interest been greater than what you'd anticipated?
Yes, we knew that today was going to be a gathering place for everybody all over the world. So Bugatti is very interesting because it was our first asset with 20 restaurants. But we wanted to be careful because we knew that we had to take care of first our community of Diriyah. We didn't want Diriyah to be elitist or aristocratic. We wanted it to be for everybody, all income levels, right? So we had to take care of our community, then Riyadh, Saudi visits, and then international visits. So in that mix of 20 restaurants, you have 5 authentic Saudi different concepts, but then you have Michelin restaurants, you have foreign restaurants, you have all different cuisines. Well, that's taken off great. Then we added Zalal, which is almost all Saudi, and people just love it. So we're very happy with the way things are going. We opened our first great hotel, the Bob Samhan Hotel, prior to the last few weeks, which have been disruptive. We were doing a 91% occupancy. We will open at the end of 2027 an additional 8 hotels that are just beautiful. Amman and Oberoi and a lot of great hotels that are coming. Diriyah Square, where you see the 90 cranes, those will all come down at the end of 2027. That will open shortly thereafter. That has 400 luxury and retail shops, of which over 60% are already signed. So all the big names coming. It's going to be a very exciting 2028 on our way to 2030.
I want to ask you a little bit more about the residential side of things, because obviously you're targeting tens of millions of visitors, but there are going to be people living here. There are already people living here. What sort of demand are you seeing, and what's the profile of a buyer?
Yeah, it's very interesting because it turned out to be a little bit different than we thought. Now, we wanted to test Diriyah. So we did a different type of marketing strategy because we have Diriyah real estate, residential real estate, 20,000 residences at some point. And then the Wadi Sfar, which we call our Bel Air of Riyadh, right? Now, we wanted to test what the high market was because we didn't know what it was, right? So we put 100 plots on sale for the Wadi Sfar, sold 93 of them already. But then we put Ritz-Carlton residences, which people will move into at the end of this year, almost done. Beautiful. Cityscape, we put mid-level residences on, non-branding, sold very well. We've already sold almost 17 billion SAR in residential real estate. Now, to further answer your question, who's buying? This is very interesting because a lot of the people that are buying are younger. Wadi Sfar, older, a little bit more expensive, more established, looking for the amenities, the privacy, 27-hole Greg Norman golf course, beautiful country club finished. This time next year, the Royal Polo and Equestrian Center already will be done this time next year. But people wanted accommodation where they could walk and not drive. Riyadh, as you know, is a driving city. But today it will be a walkable, urban, pedestrian experience. And people wanted that urban energy where they could walk to work, walk to pray, walk to school. So that's a lot of who we sold to.
Okay, and one of the big challenges that you must have felt as the guardian of this project is balancing heritage and modernity.
Yeah.
Has that been a particular challenge?
No, it's actually been a little bit easier than most would think. Now, there is, what in the perception of people, an inherent conflict. Are you compromising cultural preservation for modernity or for technology? Here's where the Crown Prince is quite brilliant. First of all, he's very strict on the preservation of what is Saudi identity. Now, Diriyah is very important. Birthplace of the kingdom, home of Al Saud, source of pride for all of us, and the source of national identity. So even with his young age and his young leadership, and God bless the king, who, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have Tareif and we wouldn't have Diriyah. He is as strict to preserve what's unique about Saudi culture. Saudi music, the Arda, Saudi food, Saudi costuming and apparel, right? So we've done that. Walkable, all in the mud, made 20 million mud bricks by hand like they did 300 years ago, but underground, all smart city technology. Now with AI, the children can go and walk the site of what it was 300 years ago, but when they go into the museums, they can see how life actually was in its storytelling. This is beautiful because not only are we preserving the culture by community telling us the stories, now we have AI that could augment it into user-friendly technology.
When people visit Diriyah, what sort of feedback are they giving you? What are people telling you struck them the most when they came here?
Yes, there's two things, and I'm going to try and say this briefly. One is what the foreigners say, non-Saudi. Let's call it non-Gulf. The number one reaction is so interesting and makes me so happy. What did you think of your experience at Tareif at the UNESCO site? You know what the number one answer is? Very emotional. And we're seeing a nervous habit from people coming to the UNESCO site. They don't even know they're doing it. Many people, when they're walking in a site, they find themselves running their hands along the mud. It's a very organic, very emotional, very authentic experience. And now it's so beautifully lit at night. It's the largest night-lit UNESCO site, right? So that's the foreigners. But I'm going to tell you a quick story because it's a very, very important story. On Fridays, I walked the UNESCO site and I chased my protocol team away and I said, leave me alone. I just want to walk amongst the public, say hi to everybody. So I come across a family, very traditional family. Father, mother, 4 children, young. But I notice when I'm walking that the mother is crying. So I say to myself, oh boy, I don't want to upset anybody. But I walk by without trying to disturb the family, not knowing what's going on. And the father, the husband, says to me, are you Mr. Jerry? He recognized me. So then I said to him, Salaam alaikum, how are you? Yes, that's what I like to do. I like to walk with my neighbors. So he said, oh, we're so excited to see you. Can we take an only one Diriyah picture with you? I said, my pleasure, but I see that your wife's upset. Is everything okay? And he says, no, she's crying because she remembers when she walked here as a little girl with her grandfather. And it wasn't in the condition. And she's so proud to take her children to see what it is now. She was crying out of tears of joy. Isn't that beautiful? So that makes our job so happy because it shows that we're the custodians of the cultural preservation of what is uniquely Saudi.
I imagine that was a pretty emotional experience for you as well,
Very.
to hear that. How important is it that Diriyah feels like a lived-in city and not just a tourist destination?
Well, this is very important because if you look at all the great cities of the world, there's a few things they have in common. They may be structured differently, but they all have an energy, a kinetic energy that's 24 hours, 7 days a week. Now, a few weeks ago, I'm walking through the site at night, which I do almost nightly, and it is a beautiful night of weather. And the place is lit beautifully, and I hear children laughing, I hear people laughing, and I stop for a minute. And I'm in Diriyah every day, and I see Chinese talking Chinese, Japanese talking Japanese, Omanis and Bahrainis and Qataris and Emiratis and Saudis, everybody having a good time. I stopped and I said to myself, this has become what His Royal Highness wanted, a gathering place where people are festive and are proud of who we are and what we mean to the world now. Very, very important.
It sounds like that was one of your sort of eureka moments on this journey, because there must have been good and bad moments along the journey, moments where you said, oh my goodness, are we going to be able to deliver all of this on time and on budget and everything else? And there must have also been moments when you thought, wow, we really have gone further than I'd imagined. I mean, was that one of those key moments?
Well, you know, when you're CEO of a $64 billion project, this morning we have 63,000 workers on site every day. I go out to I have a terrace over my office that looks at the job site. There's not one day I go out by myself and say, dear, please allow me, give me the strength to see this through, see His Royal Highness's vision through. That's the burden of being a CEO. But what counteracts that is when I walk around my neighbors and see them happy. When I walk around and see the guests coming from all over the world and seeing them happy. This is a manifestation of Vision 2030, and this is a great tribute to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and to our great Prime Minister, our Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. May Allah always bless them. It's a great tribute to them.
You've described Diriyah as being a world-class cultural destination. And I'm wondering what makes Diriyah uniquely positioned compared to, say, other cultural heritage hubs around the world. Is there any way you'd compare Diriyah to?
Yes. Well, you see, the beautiful thing is that Diriyah is authentic. So Diriyah is not a modern city of 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It's not in Orlando, Florida, which is great, but it's pop culture. It's not a Las Vegas, right? It's not a Dubai. And our brothers and sisters from the Emirates do a great job. With 300 years of culture, of storytelling, of the demonstration of beautiful music, beautiful dance, beautiful food, beautiful costuming, in an authentic setup, right? So when people come, it is uniquely Saudi. It is uniquely Diriyah. That's why we say there's only one Diriyah. Now, look what historical Vienna is now. Wonderful. Look at Florence. Wonderful. Even look at Marrakesh. That's what Diriyah is meant to be. Walkable, organic, very pedestrian friendly, have people outdoors. We planted 6.5 million trees, shrubs, and bushes. On a weekend now, you have thousands of people in the Wadi with their families, on bicycles, on horses, jogging, walking. It is the most beautiful thing to see the society happy. One other thing that nobody knows about, a little tiny detail, and maybe unimportant, but important to me. When I came here 8 years ago, in the Wadi, I never saw a single bird. A bird, right? Why is that important? You go into the Wadi now, there are thousands of birds. So you hear the music of the birds, but they were there. You know why? Because now you have millions of trees and shrubs and bushes. The ecosystem is beautiful. This is all part of His Royal Highness Crown Prince's vision of quality of life.
Okay. What impact do you expect Diriyah to have on Saudi Arabia's position in the world?
Well, we know that it will become one of the great gathering places. We already have substantial evidence of that. It will become a microcosm for all that's unique about Saudi. People will come next year, very, very big for us. February 22nd, 2027, our 300th birthday. So now, if you want to see where did Arabia originate, where did the House of Al Saud originate, what is uniquely Arabic, what is uniquely Saudi, Diriyah is that place. In the middle of what's going to become one of the great G20 metropolises of Riyadh, Diriyah is the jewel in the middle.
Okay, and we spoke exactly a year ago, and this is my last question to you. If we sit down again in a year or two from now? Or what do you hope to be telling me about where we are with this project?
Yeah, now we're in very, very substantial, good shape. I'm very proud of the team. We have 2 more years that are disruptive. 2026, even though there's a lot operating, and 2027, because we still have trucks and dust and noise and stuff. But by every year we will open, announce, and ground break. Now you're going to see 100 cranes on the new boulevard. Now, this time next year, you'll see the frame of the 20,000-seat arena. You'll see the frame coming up of the Opera House, of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Contemporary Art Museum, the King Salman Mosque, the Grand Mosque. So every year you're going to see big advances. But then when you get to 2028, all of Diriyah, 14 kilometers, is walkable. And then when we get ready to host the greatest expo ever done, 2030, Diriyah will be a global masterpiece, and everybody around the world will say there's only one Diriyah.
Okay, Jerry, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, but I just wondered, before we wrap up, if you might be able to show me what Diriyah looks like out of that window on that terrace over there.
With the greatest of pleasure. Let's go.
Thank you. You lead the way. Now, Jerry, just to wrap up, when we spoke to Eric Trump a couple of months ago, he told us something that I now understand. He said he was blown away by the number of cranes on the skyline, which presumably means what we're looking at now over here outside your office is going to be a very different scene in a year from now.
Tremendously. There are 87 cranes here. Now, what Eric was talking about, the American record with Hudson Yards in New York is 16. That's 87, but people don't realize that Diriyah Square is almost done. By this time next year, those 87, 90 cranes will be down, and we'll move to Diriyah 2 to the new boulevard, which you can see the cranes already going up. And that will have 100 cranes, and that will be ready for 2029.
Well, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Jerry Inzerillo,
pleasure.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. That's all we have time for. Do stay with us here on Arabiya English.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
We met Salsalaitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not to a man, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes the responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zhang, like Sui Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did. To a selfish, cruel man, one day, while Khasi was away from home. The husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Khasi returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we get more property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in the city, But then, like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like more strict with them. So like most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Diriyah. Although titles passed to the women, the Diriyah, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plan in the village. But like we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump off for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities, because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, so they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years. But will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As an organization, are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then matrilineal process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, as I've seen now also, some of my friends inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. A little bit we have to adjust. I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to the old ages, long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Diriyah. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
everything will be changed because of these technologies also. No? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Another week, another sign of a flagging transatlantic relationship. At a major European gathering, France's president described US tensions as the elephant in the room. Poland's leader went further, saying the alliance's greatest threat comes from within. Is this the clearest sign yet a breakup could be on the cards? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. The NATO Leaders Summit is just 2 months away. Will US President Donald Trump be there? Given the current state of the transatlantic relationship, there's no guarantee. Tariffs, Greenland, NATO funding and now the Iran war. France's Emmanuel Macron has called this the moment of truth.
We are experiencing the cost of our over-dependencies when we speak about the American umbrella in terms of defense and security. Let's be honest, this is the elephant in the room.
We cannot deny that some of the alliances that we have come to rely on are not in the place we would want them to be. There is more tension in the alliances than there should be.
While Europe is grappling with the ramifications of its over-reliance, the US is dealing with allies it says haven't been reliable enough. President Donald Trump has singled out Germany in particular.
And you would have thought they would have said, we would love to help you, but they didn't, which I think was a verse. And Germany, I mean, he's doing a terrible job. And he criticized me for doing the whole thing with Iran.
The US will move 5,000 troops out of Germany. Not a great vote of confidence for a NATO alliance in crisis. Coming up, we'll ask, is the greatest threat to the transatlantic alliance coming from within? Is the US troop reduction in Germany a sign of things to come? And does Europe have the power and credibility to build a new world order? Joining this discussion is Cengiz Ferhat, a retired Turkish ambassador and diplomat. Friedrich Eriksson is here with us, founding director at the European Centre for International Political Economy. And rounding out the panel, Christian Tybring-Gjedde, a former Norwegian MP and politician. To all of you, gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, it is perhaps an unfortunate fact of life that relationships have their ups and downs. The geopolitical relationship between the transatlantic alliance is perhaps no different. But it's questionable if there's ever been a rough patch quite like this one. Tensions with the US loomed large at the European political community gathering as they came together for a summit in Armenia. Now, what I think has been quite interesting, in the lead up to the summit, we had Poland's Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, writing on X, saying the greatest threat to the transatlantic community are not the external enemies, but the ongoing disintegration of our alliance. So, maybe, Friedrich, let's start with you. Is the greatest threat to the transatlantic alliance coming from within?
No, I don't think the greatest threat is coming from within, but I think there are a lot of different factors in America, in Europe, that are pushing Europe and the United States further apart. And they are not being addressed in very good ways right now. And some of them are. I mean, if you look, for instance, at Europe's ability to invest in its own defense and its capabilities to defend itself against potential enemies, I think there is progress, but the progress is far too slow. And we're talking about far too long period into the future when you can have sort of a realistic scenario of Europe being able to defend itself in the future. But coming back to the question, there are a lot of factors that are pushing America and Europe away from each other. And right now, I don't really see any political appetite on either side in order to fix them.
Christian, do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree that there are many different things that is, let's say, slipping apart here. In European side, you see here the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, criticizing the development of European countries. It is all linked up to what they make America great again and the movement for Donald Trump and his, let's say, his desire to be the world police in a way that is insulting his neighbors, insulting countries in Europe, not understanding that you have to build alliances in order to be effective and also be the king that he wants to be. So I think that they started out with saying that Canada should be a part of the U.S., then it was Greenland, and later on you had the developments of criticizing the different leaders of Europe. I don't think it's a good start on a presidency. But then again, the Iran war is a very different thing, I believe.
Cengiz, what do you make of it? The Transatlantic Alliance, NATO, is the US undermining the ability of that alliance to operate effectively from within its own ranks?
Well, I think when you look at NATO as an alliance, the bulwark, the core is the US, has been the US. The capabilities, the logistics, the background is the strength of the US, was the strength of the US. I think the US has been right since for quite some time now. It's been about 10 years that they've been pushing for the European pillar to share the burden. And they were quite right on that. And the Europeans, including Turkey, including Norway and others, we've delivered. We've started delivering. We've gone above 2%. Most of us are going to 3%. There are some, like Poland, who are pushing 3.5% of their GDP on defense infrastructure and spending. Now, of course, we've had these kind of crises before. You've had them in the Suez Canal crises. You've had them in the Iraq war, where all members of the alliance did not see eye to eye. So what we can see from Turkey, as we've been playing a little bit of a more neutral role in this issue, is that maybe the European pillar, the time has come for it to be a little bit more strengthened. And we believe it's correct that the Europeans are saying, look, we had nothing to do with this Iran war. What you're doing is wrong. You shouldn't bring us into it. And you didn't even consult us when you were going into this war. So the European allies were right. But the US, from its point of view, was also right in the sense that Europe depended, European Union member states mainly, depended, of course Turkey as well, I include my own country in this, we all depended on the US for tens and tens of years. The time has changed and we have to deliver, no matter whether it's going to be Trump or somebody else. I don't think this is going to change in the future, but Europe has woken up as well. But my take is that the European pillar within the NATO alliance needs to be strengthened. That's where I stand.
If I may, I think if you're talking about the Iran war, the Israeli-U.S. attack on Iran, I believe it's right that Donald Trump should have consulted the European allies there, and it's very hard to go in aftermath and ask for help when you need it, and not trying to explain to them what we tried to do prior to the attack. But then again, I think it's not unprovoked what the U.S. and Israel did to Iran. Only weeks before that attack, they killed thousands of their own citizens. So it was a world community responsibility to do something about the terror regime in Tehran. So I think Israel and the U.S. did the right thing, but they didn't have a plan. They didn't have an exit strategy. And now there's first of all a regime change, then it was the nuclear weapons development, and then it was the Hormuz Strait, which was open when the war started. So I think that what the situation is now, I think they need to finish their job. I think they need a regime change in Tehran and not leave now. But I think now Iran is even stronger than it was because now you have the Revolutionary Guard having more power. And it's even more scary for the Iranian citizens, which are 92 million people. So I think they have to finish the job.
Christian, could you not have, though, apply that same logic that you've just expressed there to Israel, given the civilian casualties we've seen in Gaza?
I think it's very wrong because it's totally different historical perspective and the background on the different conflict. In Gaza, there was an attack by Hamas, and provoked attack by Hamas, killing 1,200 Israelis and Jews, 7th of October 2023. It's a very different that we have now. They're killing their own citizens, and you have a world responsibility. You have a moral, other nations should have the moral. I think also the other Arabic nations and the Middle East in general are not very much in favor of the regime, and they also like to get rid of it. They got rid of Assad in Syria, and I think it's smart for the Middle East, for the whole region. If they want to develop, as they have done in some other countries, the regime in Iran does not belong there any longer, and I think you need a change it doesn't matter. It's not that the son of Shah is coming back. That's not very important. But you need to have a regime change, and the inheritance from Khomeini for 79, it had to go.
Friedrich, I wonder if you can pick up on that. I mean, if Europe is saying we weren't consulted, but this isn't our war, we're not going to come in when the US has asked for support with regards to Iran, well then, again, can't that same logic be applied to the US when it says, well, Russia-Ukraine isn't our war, so why should they have to come in and support Europe?
And back to the Transatlantic Alliance, I think we have two different type of framework of thinking here. The first framework of thinking is that when we speak about the Transatlantic Alliance, we only talk about the defense of Europe. I mean, that's one way to think about it, the NATO arrangement. But I think a lot of people would also invest a different dimension to it, which is that we collaborate with the United States and Europe because we have a broader idea about how you police different aspects of state behavior around the world. And we try to have a common idea about where the threats are and to what extent these threats are going to have an impact on security in other regions, but also on our security at the end of the day. And I think this is where it becomes a problem for Europe, because every time now that we are talking about investing in the Transatlantic Alliance, what we're saying is basically America should help Europe to defend Europe and regions which are very close to the European border, for instance, the war in Ukraine. But when we begin to think about other type of conflicts and other situations which America feels more invested in Europe, Europe is basically running for cover. We have literally no policy on many of these things. I mean, you can take different positions on the Israel-Gaza war, but I think one sort of bleeding obvious aspect of it is that no European government, let alone the European Union, had a consequential position which allowed them to become an important actor in either trying to resolve the conflict or trying to broker peace or try to achieve sort of a sustainable outcome that you can build on. Most of the European leaders, Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, Friedrich Merz, they basically only took positions when it became too difficult to manage opinions at home, rather than trying to actually shape an outcome in a different region. And it's the same thing when you look at other conflicts that America feel invested in and think they need to make preparations for it, that Europe is basically running for cover. So what do we think about Indo-Pacific developments beyond Iran? What do we think about conflicts in South China Sea? Well, you have to struggle a lot in order to sort of find any European leader who have a clear position on it and is prepared to invest military resources into it. And I think this is the problem which is pulling America apart, and which is also we're seeing now in Iran, which is Europeans can say, well, it's not our war. We didn't start it. You didn't even consult us. But that's not a sustainable position when your trade, you have security and economic interests that are being challenged and you want to resolve them as well. So is this sort of the two-faced Europe, where you have one wing in Europe, which is also almost like sort of the Lord of the Rings, like hobbits. They just want to return to their own shire and hope that, the world is never going to be dangerous to us. And then you have another wing, which is sort of more anti-American and is trying to exploit the problems that President Trump finds himself in right now. So, for instance, Prime Minister Sanchez in Spain, who is obviously using this for political purposes at home, and it's not a good sign of a Europe who is trying to find its own position and making its own way in the world.
But I think that it started off with Donald Trump being not very appealing to most Europeans. We used to have politicians that are speaking a little less, little lower voice, and not being so bragging so much about themselves. And you have that feeling with Donald Trump. It's very difficult to accept his way of behavior as a president. It's Americans are more apologetic to his behavior. I think Europeans don't particularly like that behavior, even though people on the right in European politics don't think he's behaving that as just a statesman. And that's a very bad starting point, I think. But there are other parts of this U.S.-Norwegian and U.S.-European relationship is that they are, militarily-wise, thousands and thousands and thousands of military soldiers and commanders and generals and colonels in Europe, defending Europe on behalf of the NATO alliance. You have defense industry, which is huge in Europe. You have Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, General Dynamics, and all the others selling for billions of dollars to European allies. If they don't have that, if you have a European constellation on defense, we will not continue buying weapons from the United States, and it's going to be strong voices in the United States against the presidency of the United States to stay in Europe. They need the market, because if you don't have any friends, you don't have a market for defense industry. And I think that Lockheed Martin and the big companies are telling Trump that, because we will develop our own weapons, we will develop our own defense systems, we will get our own all kinds of surveillance also. I think we will develop that in Europe, and then we wouldn't need the American defense industry as much as we do today.
Cengiz, what do you make of that? I know that Turkey has such a strong defense industry.
Well, I agree with the fact that European countries will develop their defensive capabilities, but it will take time. We're talking about $400 trillion worth of investments that have already been done within NATO alliance. To come to that figure in a short period of time, it's impossible. Medium term, let's see. When you look at Germany and France, for example, trying to build a sixth generation fighter plane and not agreeing on it, it's not too productive for the future, let's say. So there's a lot of important aspects like AI, big investments on data, the Swedish are going to build the next communications aircraft, etc. But these are small steps in comparison to a lot of the big issues, which I'm sure we all know. Now, concerning NATO, I think the Ankara NATO summit that is upcoming in July this year will be very crucial. If we can get everybody there and agree not to have a fight, I think that will be the best outcome of that summit. The future for NATO and the European pillar in NATO is very important for me. I think no matter what happens, no matter what the US says, the European pillar is going to strengthen, has to have a moral voice of its own. And like the previous speaker said, yes, Europe also has to come to terms with the fact that, yes, we do have to have in the European Union, but also not only in the European Union, in Europe, some say about what's going to happen with China, what's going to happen with India, what's going to happen in the Caucasus, what's going to happen in South America, what's going to happen in South Africa. If NATO is dragged in its neighborhood one way or another, yes, Europe has to grow up a little bit. It's going to happen very fast. It has to happen very fast. There's no other option. Like I said before, the US is not going to change after Trump. They've put there forward, I'm sorry, maybe one of the commentators could clarify. They had this strategy for their own near abroad strategy in the national strategy document that they came up with. And it had nothing to do with Europe. Most of it was Central America, Latin America, and China. Middle East, of course, this is something different. I disagree with my Norwegian colleague about some of the past concerning the Palestinian issue. It goes way back than that. You can't put 1.5–2 million people in a cage and expect them to live honorably under moral circumstances. It's been a whole bloodbath. It's been a genocide. Europe wasn't there, didn't say anything. So I don't think we can start the whole narrative starting from the 7th of October. Which I agree with, was horrible, was a massacre. It was wrong. But you cannot start this whole thing saying everybody's right, that it starts from the 7th of October. That's just a parenthesis on that issue. Mm-hmm. The Transatlantic Alliance itself, let me finish the phrase. The Transatlantic Alliance itself, I think we need to work on it on both sides of the Atlantic so that cooler heads, a little bit more strategic thinking heads prevail going forward. We need the NATO alliance. We cannot replace it that quick. We need it, and we need to work on what we have. Why do we have to invent the wheel from scratch all over again?
Mm-hmm. All right, Friedrich, I'm going to bring you in a moment, but I just want to get a direct response, Christian, on... You were talking about Europe needing to strengthen their own defence. Do you think, then, that Turkey could be a good partner in that defence? Turkish officials have said that they feel slightly snubbed, given that they weren't included in Europe's SAFE programme. So do you think that Europe should be turning more to Turkey in times like this?
Turkey is closer to many of the conflicts in the world as we see today. So in that sense, yes. But if you look at the defense of Europe, I disagree, because you have countries in the southern part of Europe. It's not, NATO is not working like it's 32 nations all going for the same war. It doesn't work that way. We have building closer allies together in order to defend part of the, let's say, the Arctic. You cannot have 32 nations in the Arctic defending Arctic against the Chinese influence, for example. So there will be the people that the countries that have an interest in the Arctic will defend Arctic on behalf of the NATO alliance. That's how it works. So this makes sense that Italy doesn't have the same interest than Norway in the Arctic, but you have the big powers like the US, China, India has an interest in the Arctic. And that's why the US will not get out of Europe, because they have an interest in itself to be in the Arctic and to be in a part of Europe. So the US will gradually go away from Europe, I think, but they will stay in areas where they have their own interest. And the ice is melting in the north, and it's going to be new passages for ships. So I think that the US will stay there. But it makes no sense that you're going to have all 32 nations in the north. I think there has to be a division of labor within NATO, as it is today, actually.
Cengiz, do you want to reply to that, or will I get Friedrich's comments?
No, I think this is one way of working. NATO doesn't usually work that way. Usually you have rapid reaction forces, for example. So if there's any sort of friction, then all NATO members who put their allocated forces, they go there. It doesn't matter if it's the Atlantic or if it's the Arctic. But you're right. Maybe these could be decided in the NATO Council and in the military committee. But I don't think it's who goes where. It's different alliances within NATO. That's not the way NATO works. But it could be one way of going forward. This all needs to be worked out going forward. One thing is clear. NATO has to change with the times. We don't live in what we used to live 2 years ago. That's for sure, or 5 years ago. So you're right. We need to find new mechanisms, but getting rid of older mechanisms in just one go is not the way to do it. We need to alter what we have a little bit, adjust it to the current circumstances, and go forward strategically and logically. That's for sure. But I wouldn't say that Turkish troops wouldn't help the Norwegians. We might feel a little bit cold, but would be there.
Friedrich, as Cengiz has just said, things are not the same as they were 2 years ago, 5 years ago. We've had the US announcing its troop reduction, 5,000 troops to be pulled out of Germany. Do you think that that's a sign of things to come? Do you think that that is a reasonable decision by the US? And the US had made it very clear that it was unhappy with EU commitments and support. So if the EU is unhappy about this, isn't that a diplomatic failure on their behalf to not prevent this from happening?
So I do think it is a diplomatic failure on all parts. Even if I'm 100% behind sort of laying most of the blame at the doorstep of the White House and having an erratic president with little long-term thinking and understanding what and when and how you're going to need allies in the future. Even if I'm prepared to do that, I would still say that sort of this tendency among European politicians, even among chancellors and prime ministers, to make themselves into sort of the sideline commentariat that are sitting on the fence and commenting on this or that, what is going on in Iran right now. I find that to be sort of a horrible style of diplomacy. I find it horrible that someone like Friedrich Merz would be so liberal with what type of commentary that he was sharing with different German school classes in basically ridiculing what America is trying to do around. That's not what you do if you also trying to invest in a long-term relationship yourself. I think there's been many more cooler heads in Europe that have reacted with maturity and with a much higher degree of long-term thinking than Keir Starmer, Friedrich Merz, or Prime Minister chancellors in Spain. But I mean, coming back to my main point, which is, if this is a marriage which is about to end, responsibility will fall on both sides. It's not as if it's just one part who is breaking away here, and it will require that EU and EU countries are going to make strategic decisions both about shoring up their own capabilities, not just to defend themselves, but to be a capable economy, to be a growing economy, to be an open economy where also American businesses can invest and thrive. And of course, that they invest in trying to have much more of a strategic relationship with America, that they invest in public diplomacy and also in activities with the current administration. I mean, the situation in America is probably going to look a bit different after the midterm elections than they're doing right now. But it's still the case that America are reorienting its own position for the long term. I don't think the post-1945 environment is going to sort of come back at any time in the near future. We will have to find another type of accord and another type of basis for collaborating with America. So, and it is as much Europe's responsibility to develop that it is America's responsibility.
Well, if I may, I was talking about J.D. Vance at the beginning, and I think he's an important person in this. It's not in militarily wise, but he came to the Munich conference a year ago and was saying that, which is actually something we should think about. He's saying that why should the United States save Europe when Europe doesn't want to save themselves? And that means that he will say, I can look out the window, and he was saying that it's like Africa in Munich. I know that it sounds like a racist thing to say, but that's actually what he said. And he said it face to face with all the European leaders sitting there listening to him. And that's his way of thinking. And he's saying that the European continent is in decline. But like America, you can just say they're just as much in decline as Europe is if you talk about that. But he's saying that we're going to make America great again. And that means great in the sense that you want to bring back their old glory days from the 50s, I guess. So I think that when he's talking about Europe being in decline, he has a point. But I think that is a much wider issue than just the militarily defense of Europe. I think it's a bigger issue. It's a cultural issue. It's a social issue. It's an issue of many things.
Christian, do you think that this US troop withdrawal from Germany is just the start? Would you be surprised if you saw more troop withdrawals? And would that be a welcome or a risky development?
I see this as a way for Trump to actually telling Europeans to teach them a lesson. If you don't listen to me, this is what I can do to you. And I think it's not how you build friendship and alliances. It's not how you build a strong military. And I know that these soldiers that has to move going back to the U.S., I guess, their families, they're going to be angry about this. So it's not just, they're not pawns that you can move around in the world. These are actually families. These are soldiers. These have kids in school. These are people. And they're going to be angry about this, I guess, if not all of them, and many of them, because they enjoy what they're doing and they think that they have European friends and allies in Europe. They're working every day together with them, and suddenly they're moved somewhere else. I think that's it is not a sign of the future. It's a sign of Donald Trump's very fast decision-making, and it's not making Europe stable and more stable, and it's not making NATO more stable. It's making just a lot of erosion from within NATO. But I don't think it's going to do the same thing in other places. Just because I said earlier that the U.S. has an interest in Europe also, they're pretending, like I'm saying from Norway's perspective, in the Arctics. They need to be there, and they're not there. If they cannot help us out, why should we invite them up there? So they have some other interest also in Europe that they should be very aware of. In addition to all the trade that they do with Europe, they need to be friends with Europe. They need friends. They don't have friends no longer.
Ambassador Ferhat, how does Turkey read this troop withdrawal? Would you be surprised if you saw more? And do you think that puts the European region at more risk, or do you think it's a welcome development?
Well, I think some of the troops that they're withdrawing now, the 5,000 people that they talked about, it corresponds, if I'm not mistaken, to the Tomahawk cruise as well, which is approximately 5,000 people who are going to be manning these new Tomahawk missiles that were going to be put in Europe to defend Europe in long-distance fighting, etc. So these are quite strategic moves. So I don't see it as, you're right, Christian. I think he is making these, I'm going to punish you kind of attitude. But at the same time, he has weight behind it. Some of the moves that he's making will hurt Europe because Europe doesn't have something to replace it with at the moment. The Arctic, I was laughing. I'm going to make a very bad joke. You don't have to laugh at, but you don't have to invite him. He's going to take Greenland. That's what he says. Whether you invite me or not, I'm coming, he says. But putting this aside, being serious, being realistic, I think these are a little bit too much from Trump. I think we're getting used to him. Of course, nobody will agree to Greenland. Nobody will agree to Canada. Nobody will agree to anything, including, I'm sorry to say, nobody agrees with how they proceeded with Iran. You don't do a regime change like this. It might have worked in Venezuela, but it didn't work in Iran, and it will not work in Iran. There's a probability that they will go forward even more with ground action. It looks that way. It looks like there's a build-up. But that's not going to bring a beneficial result for the whole world. This is my point of view from Ankara. You might disagree with me from up there in the north. But let's see how things proceed.
Well, I think they have a different perspective on the Iranian war. I think we cannot sit and look at the regime killing its own citizens like that, slaughtering them, and sit around like you have to sit around the table and discuss.
True.
So that's my point of view. I'm not saying if they're not going to succeed, they're maybe not going to succeed, but just to sit down and say, well, we have to accept this because it's a different regime and we cannot go in there and change it. Well, I think it's a very passive way of looking at the world, and I think it's very important that we stand up for social and freedom and the liberal values that we believe in. And we cannot have an Iran with nuclear weapons. We cannot have an Iran slaughtering its own citizens. We cannot have the Iranian regime as it is today. And we cannot sit around a table to discuss how to remove the Iranian regime. We have actually to act. But they have to act together, not as Israel and the U.S. going it alone.
We agree to disagree.
Which is what we love here on Counterpoints. That's exactly why you're both here. Former Ambassador, you mentioned Canada there, and that leads me on to this final segment that I want us to talk about, because it is something that Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney said when he was speaking in Yerevan at this European leaders gathering. He said his country and Europe will not submit to a more brutal world, I'm quoting there from him, but instead be the base for which a new international order can be rebuilt. A notion that perhaps Beijing and Moscow may feel uncomfortable with, given their attempts to create an alternative poles of power. So, Fredrik, does Europe have the legitimacy and the credibility to help build a new world order? And can and should they do that without Russia or Chinese involvement?
I mean, I think you can say that there is a degree of legitimacy and that there is a degree of willingness, but building a world order is not something you do on the basis of your morality or on the basis of your own political ideology alone. It also requires power. it requires money, it requires having capacities in order to establish institutions and rules that others also are going to follow. And I mean, I think sort of what Mark Carney is saying is, in a way, it's pretty obvious and it's pretty clear, and I think it's pretty good. In another way, he's trying to create tension where perhaps there isn't that type of tension. I mean, we do come from sort of a couple of recent experiences which have sort of rather proven that the system we had was no longer capable of achieving things. So again, I mean, we can be on different sides of specific wars and specific conflicts, but one thing we can say is that, for instance, in Iran, the JCPOA was never a sustainable solution to deal with the fact that the Iranian regime was acquiring nuclear capabilities. And if it is the rule, in the global order, that we don't want to equip political thugs with nuclear capacities, you need to do something about it. And we tried with different strategies and different solutions. They did not deliver desirable outcomes. If we look at the Israel-Palestine situation, it's a conflict which has been going on in different cycles for a very, very long time. And sort of the situation we had was just not sustainable. And things that are not sustainable will at some point end. And they're going to end in outcomes that will force other type of responses. So the problem with the world order that we came from is not so much that Donald Trump decided to break up with it. It's much more connected to the fact that it wasn't capable of dealing with the type of conflicts and the type of power competition that we have right now. Now we've seen in the past years a different model which has been attempted, and it's more sort of on 19th century great power type of thinking, you know, almost as if you're reinventing German scholars in strategy and trying to take their ideas to the future. We've seen this with Vladimir Putin's campaign in Ukraine. A great power theory here, which is that a larger power is just going to absorb a smaller power that is not capable of defending itself against an actor which have so much more military capacities than itself. But it turned out to be wrong. I mean, it's pretty embarrassing for Kremlin that sort of 4 years into this war, they can't make any advancements. They can't win. That doesn't really speak well for an alternative great power type of attitude to the world. I think it's the same thing we're seeing in Iran right now as well, which is Trump going against the Don Road doctrine that you had as headline for the conflict here today and decided to go for a war in Iran. And it turned out he's not capable of winning it. I am pretty sure that if China is going to attempt hostile moves on Taiwan, they're also going to find that they can't win it. So, and that takes us back to sort of old order didn't work. These new strategies, even if they are revamped attempts at 19th century sort of great power thinking, they don't work either. So what is it that it can work in the future? And it's most likely that it's going to be sort of a less ideological, legalistic order of the kind that we were trying to build through the United Nations and a host of different international institutions, mostly after 1989. It's going to have more diplomacy. It's going to be more distributed with more powers that have capabilities to respond against hostile activities in order to keep something up. So that is probably where we're going, but it's going to take years, if not decades, in order to rebuild something like that. But I think this is what Carney is thinking about, and I think this is what most Europeans are thinking about as well. The only difference here is that they also need to come to terms with the fact that sort of when they are talking about the international order, and when Europeans like myself say we like the international order, it's partly because when we look at the international order in the mirror, what are we seeing? We are looking at ourselves, because it was an order which was based on sort of the outcomes of the Second World War, and it was basically an order trying to fix problems that existed in Europe. now it's not going to be only that. It's also going to be many other things that a global order would need to deal with. And Europe needs to come to terms with that it's not going to be at the center of things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the new world order... Oh, sorry. Please.
If I may just add on this, I totally agree with the previous speaker. We can also start talking a little bit about middle powers.
I'm surprised you agree, actually, because your president says the world is bigger than 5. So,
but that's I don't have to be a parrot of my president. I'm an ex-diplomat. I don't work for the government. Now, concerning the middle powers, for example, you look at India, you look at Brazil, you look at Turkey, you look at South Korea, you look at Japan. There are many, many, many more powers. Iran is one of them. Look at what's happening in the Gulf now. I mean, there's the UAE coming out of OPEC, for example. You can say that the UAE, Saudi Arabia, these are middle powers as well in their own right. Egypt is. And as Friedrich, if I'm not mistaken, you said, it's no longer 1945. It's no longer America and Eurocentric anymore. The global South has many middle powers. Asia Pacific has many middle powers. Latin America will produce, like Brazil, middle powers. We're going to go much more into a phase of diplomacy, multilateralism, but at the same time, we will also have 19th century strong, this I'm the strongest and I will beat everybody else kind of attitude ongoing as well. So this recalibration of the world order is happening all at the same time. I don't think we can say this is where we're going. I think we will end up having to balance all of these pulls and pushes from all directions. And middle powers working maybe, for example, in the Arctic, as Christian was saying, maybe certain countries will get together and decide, look, this is what we need to do in the Baltics. This is what we need to do in the Arctic. The Mediterranean powers, and those who are interested in the Mediterranean, able and willing to do something, will be more involved in the Mediterranean. And maybe Turkey is going to say, look, I don't care about what's happening between Taiwan and China. I care diplomatically, I care politically, but am I going to send troops there? I'm not quite sure. But Japan will say, yes, I'm involved. It's my hinterland. So this is where we're going, as far as I can understand.
Mm-hmm.
I think what interesting was Eric was saying that in a way saying there's not a winnable war, and I agree with that. But what comes with that? It comes human suffering, and it comes a trade disaster, meaning standard of living is going down so fast. During the World War II, when you have a total surrender of Nazi Germany, that days will probably not come back. Meaning that we have to look at other ways of actually trying to win wars in a way. And I think that's what China is doing. China is taking a position and not losing a soldier, but they're still increasing its power through its way of doing trade and development and technological and also resources, of course. And that's their way of doing it. And they're building a strong military, but they're doing well. Their citizens are actually doing well economically. And if you compare the standard of living in China from 50 years back in time, it's incredible how they've changed. And they've done this without really fighting big wars. And so maybe war is not the solution, and the new world order that Canada was talking about. Maybe the total war is not possible. It's not winnable, even though you talk like Donald Trump. You cannot win the wars anyway. So maybe that's a good thing. But I think that to believe in the international institutions and the multilateral institution is also very difficult, because you have a lot of powers within in the UN, for example, that are not democracies and are not then have their own people are suffering, and the meaning that they have a vote as everybody else is also something that we cannot accept, I think. But I don't think it's a good conclusion of this debate. There is not such thing as a winnable war.
Friedrich, do you want to...
But there is a winnable peace, and I think this may also be something to look at.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think it's instructive to look, for instance, at Vietnam. I'm not that old, so I do remember the Vietnam War, but at least I'm I'm sufficiently old to have been living at the tail end of it and having understood the tremendous and paradoxical situation, which is that America gets dragged in to war, which it fights with a small degree of domestic support at home, and it's basically losing the war. But then it's winning the peace. And it managed to sort of win the peace in such a way that the relationship that America has forged with Vietnam over the past 30, 40 years is, I mean, you have to pinch yourself in the flesh to make sure you're alive and awake when you look at what happened. So there is that opportunity, which is that you can actually build something also on the observation that you did lose the war and you need to start to behave differently. But I don't think it's going to happen with Trump. I don't think it's going to happen with Vladimir Putin. But it can also happen with the help of many other middle powers and others that make investments in other forms of arrangement than great power tactics or sort of a more naive ideological multilateralism of the kind that a lot of people sort of started to talk about after 1989.
We're almost out of time, so I've just got a very quick sort of rapid-fire round, a question for all of you before we wrap up. Cengiz, let's start with you. If you're talking about the rise of middle powers, this new world order, how do you think the US will react to this new world order? Will they accept it or will they rail against it?
I think already they're reacting against it. Every empire, after 200, 300 years, it's a cycle, they go down. And it's the end of the empire, I think, as we see it for the U.S. empire, if you can call it as a U.S. empire. China, of course, is the biggest threat as far as the U.S. is concerned. But European Union is just as the biggest, a big force to be reckoned with economically. If it gets its acts order, politically and defensively, security-wise, it can be a very good player, big player in the world. But also, these are not the only three poles. There are other countries like Canada, like Turkey, like Brazil, like India, like Saudi Arabia, like Egypt, etc., Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, Korea. So there will be middle powers who will be playing a major role. And I think this is having an effect on U.S. policy at the moment. I think these are the last days of that empire. They need to understand this, and it's going to happen. And I think the Iran war has started teaching them a lesson.
Mm-hmm. Christian, is this the last days of the US empire, for perhaps want of a better term? Will they accept a new world order or will they rail against it?
I think the best way for the US to win this is to win the trade war. And the trade war is more important than the military wars, I believe. And how do you win the trade war? You need to have good educational institutions, which Trump is challenging in the U.S. I think that you need to have people that grow up and are very reflective of the world they live in and have the technological expertise, and that doesn't grow on trees. So you have to actually work on that to get the people who can actually educate their citizens. And I think that you cannot only have military might, you need to have the human capacities and the human might through all the education that you need. And also you need to have the new powers like the minerals and the chips and so on that you need to actually to make the trade works. So I believe in the future. If you believe in trade and you actually protect trade, multilateral trade, I think it could be a good world.
Mm-hmm. All right, Friedrich, round us out. Your opinion?
So, I mean, I never really bought into the concepts of America as an empire. It is a republic if you can keep it. We should remind ourselves of that since we are celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence now. And if you look throughout that period, I mean, there's been sort of a lot of turbulence in U.S. strategy, in U.S. orientation, in its thinking about itself and the rest of the world. I think we all should avoid too much linear thinking and sort of forecasting on current trends. I mean, some of the stuff that we've seen in the past 30, 40 years belong to the most non-linear events that we've seen in world history. The collapse of the Soviet Union, the rise of China, for instance. I mean, these are immense developments that have happened that you just couldn't have predicted them on the basis of linear trends. So if we think about sort of the different sources of change and turbulence in the global order right now, I think there are some of these sources that actually speak in favor of America. Technology and the technological modernity is one of them. If you look at which part of the world that is building the strongest endowments and capacity for a new technological modernity, I think you are going to find that in place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can rank United States there, and then perhaps China comes a few notches below. But endowment-wise, entrepreneurship, innovation, America is now basically out-rivaling other powers in its capacity to shape it for the long term. That's going to matter. It's going to matter probably equally to the volumes of trade or what type of trade agreements that we have in the future. So it's difficult to say, but I think it's bleeding obvious that the America that we're going to see 25 years from now is not going to be the America that we had 25 years ago. It's going to be an America which is repositioning itself a bit vis-a-vis the international order. If it will be sort of J.D. Vance type of isolationism, it will be great power thinking a la King Donald Trump, or if it will be more of a neoconservative Marco Rubio style policy, or if it be sort of a democratic isolationism or internationalism, we don't know. But it's the fact that we're talking about so many different scenarios for the future suggests to me at least that we have so many sources of frictions and turbulence that it's just difficult to say.
It is, but it has been such an illuminating panel to have all three of you, such big thinkers, coming together. We really appreciate your time. It's been wonderful to have you all on Counterpoints. Cengiz Ferhat, retired Turkish ambassador and diplomat. Friedrich Eriksson, founding director at the European Centre for International Political Economy, and Christian Tybring-Gjedde, former Norwegian MP and politician. Your opinions are very valued. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. Your viewership is always important to us as well. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and of course follow us across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Now, Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector is undergoing rapid transformation driven by rising demand and increased capacity, and with private providers playing an increasingly central role in delivering care. Well, as the kingdom builds a more integrated healthcare system, investment in hospitals, talent and digital innovation is accelerating. Well, one healthcare provider with a strong presence in the kingdom and further afield in the MENA region is Saudi German Health, which has just been named by Time and Statista as one of the region's fastest growing publicly listed companies. Well, I am joined now by the CEO of Saudi German, Dr. Nizar Bahabri. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Dr. Bahabri.
Thank you.
Your appointment as CEO was formalised at the start of this year. Just to introduce you a little bit, you're Saudi born and raised. You're a consultant in internal medicine and infectious diseases, and you've got extensive experience in healthcare management. I just wondered if you could tell us, just to start off, a little bit about your journey.
I started my journey. I am Canadian and American board certified. So after I finished, I went back to King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. I went to the government as any other Saudi. And then all of a sudden, 2013, I just had a chance to go into the private sector. I was like the first one who can go, like, just do the unusual and go full-time private hospital, full-time, and leave King Faisal. And this was a big jump, and this is when I started going into management of private healthcare. And it has started since 2013 until now, so now it's more than like around 13 years.
Okay. Obviously, we were talking earlier on in the programme about the PIF's 5-year strategy.
Yes.
And that was unveiled sometime earlier in the week. And I just wondered if you could tell us about your vision for Saudi-German and where you see Saudi-German health in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from now.
So we are going with the Vision 2030. We are more getting into the subspecialty, not the general, the subspecialty. We have been doing this aggressively since 2025, so a year ago when I was the medical. And now I am continuing, but with same pace or slower, because we had a very huge transformation into 2025. So we had more than 400 physicians, newly subspecialized, going across the group. We are the the largest geographical distribution in the kingdom and even in the Arab world. So in the kingdom, we invested a lot in tests, instrument, equipment, IT, and manpower, which is the main driver for transformation. And this is what we are now continuing in the coming 3 years to go with the Vision 2030. In Vision 2030, everyone have to understand the kingdom is going like the whole international model. You do not want to treat the sick. You want to take care before he becomes sick. And this is how you can make a healthier community. This is why you are totally transforming the idea in private healthcare. Private healthcare, you want people, they are getting sick, you treat them, and you don't look at prevention big time. No, we are doing a huge prevention. We are having a very strong population health program with a highly certified people to look at the people before they get complication, before they get sick. So you can give the best care, you can decrease the complication and take care of your family. If you always, we say, we take care of our patient like our family before they get sick.
Okay, so Dr. Bahabri, you've explained there that it's all about putting out the fire before it starts.
Absolutely.
Tell us about your expansion plans. What are you aiming to do with Saudi-German health?
So you have to understand, we have a very big distribution around the kingdom. We have 9 hospitals. We are now transforming the medical care rather than expansion. We have a small expansion in Riyadh. We started just a month ago, small clinics to be an easy accessibility. We are going to have one big tower to our original hospital in Al-Zahra in Jeddah. This will be like a couple of floors, very highly specialized, expansion of the same hospital. We have a couple of other small expansions, but nothing major, because we just opened Al-Subh, which we are just having a share on it, and we are managing it fully. And this is all if we want to take care of it, if we want to have the best care, we want to derive the medical care. Take it highly upskilled, highly complicated, highly specialized, rather than going into further building new buildings. This is what we are. Can you tell me, do we have another vision? I am looking, hopefully, by having more of distributing our services and knowledge to others, and to have something called Saudi-German Health Network, that I can provide healthcare to the doctors in distant areas about a difficult case. I can give them a second opinion. I can take care of a specialized test. I can do a lot of things to have a strong network around the kingdom, rather than doing acquisition or doing new buildings or doing this and that.
Okay, and one of the things we've been talking about is how the healthcare system here in Saudi Arabia has shifted from being specifically sort of government-led to one that is more insurance-supported. Yes. And I'm wondering what opportunities that represents.
There is a huge opportunity. I'll tell you. In private, whenever you want to go with Vision 2030, you have your high demand toward your population. If you are in the government and you are taking care of, like if you are a cluster, you have a certain population to take care of it. prevention is not easy. Remember, treating the sick is something that you know. Prevention, you should, I will give you a small example. Very small example. You need to make sure that people do not have weak bones. They do not have osteoporosis. So you have to screen. If you screen and you do not have the manpower and the capability of doing the whole screen in 1 year, you need the help of the private, right? Because working hours is different, the manpower, so you need the help. And this is, we believe, it's a huge opportunity for us to work together for the health of the community.
Okay, lots of opportunities, lots of challenges as well. And one of the challenges that I'm thinking of, especially with private healthcare, is you've got this delicate balance, haven't you, between providing top quality healthcare,
yes,
and managing your bottom line. How do you strike the balance?
I believe it's always being vigilant to take your decision on database. There is always a daily basis data that I take care of. I look at the cost, we look at the consumables, we look at our generation of money, we look at our staff, we look carefully for every single thing. Rather, I shifted the whole dimension in the organization from looking at only revenue in a daily basis to look at everything, including cost and manpower, in a daily basis. And we are getting a weekly report rather than a monthly report. We are reactive into a weekly basis rather than a quarter basis. So we are going into a faster pace rather than waiting for things to happen. Although we have a strategy, but we have to monitor it very closely, revenue and cost.
Okay. One of the things that I noticed looking online when I was doing my research, you've received a lot of praise because you decided to offer Saudi specialists positions at Saudi German, prioritizing local talent over imported talent. I wanted to ask you, what was the rationale behind that?
You go database, right? You are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've done good kind of research, and we looked at what do people trust. The trust is in Saudis. It's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. If this is the trust, you know them, they should be your main asset. It's not to say that we are only going to do this thing about, but Saudis are being trusted by the community, and they are here. They are your manpower. We are not shifting only getting the people in consultant base. No, we even took trainees. We took people who want to become a consultant. This will be our own. We are generating Saudis who did not have any knowledge about healthcare. So they will become in 2 years our main managers of a floor, our main managers for coding. We will develop our own thing to have our own employees developed in our own organization.
And I want to ask you about the profile of your patients. Obviously, you're catering primarily, I'd assume, yes, to a Saudi audience, Saudi patients. Are you getting much medical tourism? Is that something that you would like to perhaps see grow?
Yes, I believe it's a great chance. We are dealing with tourism, still in baby steps, but we have good plans for it because we are already used to it. You know, we are the only group that have 2 big hospitals in the 2 holy mosques, Mecca and Medina. We are the only one. And we are long-standing in both cities. So now we are already used to tourism. We are already used to this. Last year, we took care of some of the largest hospital in Mina as operational for MOH. And we took care of more than, like a lot of groups who came to Hajj, more than 400,000 of the Hajj. We were taking care of them in their areas of living. So this has given us a huge experience in it. And now we are looking into expanding our tourism because we can still get people who can do their knee replacement in Hail and see Hail, how does it look like. And inshallah, we are working on that. South, we have Abha. And this is a great opportunity for us to have people who want to have medical tourism and to enjoy a different kind of weather. So because we are distributed, we have a new initiated arm for international tourism. Yes, baby steps, but we are looking forward for it.
It used to be the case, didn't it, that a lot of Saudi patients went abroad for treatment. Absolutely. And you saw large numbers of people who went to London or to Switzerland to get their medical care. And now it seems like perhaps people from the UK and Switzerland will be coming to Saudi Arabia?
For sure. I can tell you, I can assure you, you can have a knee replacement much, much faster in Saudi to be done rather than to be done in so many European countries. So many. I will tell you, we are much faster. We have the capability to be done. People can wait in different countries for a couple of months. In us, maybe they can get it in 2 weeks.
Okay, just lastly, I know you've got a presence outside of Saudi Arabia. You've got facilities right across the region. I'd just like to ask you where you're seeing the most opportunities as far as untapped markets are concerned.
We are now working hard in Morocco. And we are going to be present in Morocco and hopefully in less than 2 years. We are also in Pakistan. A huge market, huge demand. People admire the name of Saudi in there. So we are going to have also presence in Pakistan. And I believe it's the vision of the founder, Engineer Subhi Batarji, to be around the world. And also Dr. Makarim Batarji, he is also following the steps of his father. He wants to be present, giving help in health in anywhere in the Islamic world.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that is all we have time for, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Dr. Nizar Bahabri, the CEO of Saudi German Health. I hope you'll come back and see us again soon.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump says the bombing could resume if Iran doesn't agree to a deal as Tehran reviews the new proposal. The Canary Islands leader questions the decision to bring the Hantavirus-ridden cruise ship to its shores as 3 patients are evacuated to the Netherlands. And back on the international stage, the Princess of Wales confirms her first solo trip since her cancer diagnosis. President Donald Trump says the Iran war and the US blockade could end with a deal, but bombing could resume if Iran doesn't agree to one. Meanwhile, Iran says it is currently reviewing a new US proposal. It follows the announcement that the US was pausing Operation Freedom, a mission intended to guide stranded ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Here's the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
This is not an offensive operation. This is a defensive operation. And what that means is very simple. There's no shooting unless we're shot at first. Okay? We're not attacking them. But if they're attacking us or they're attacking a ship, you need to respond to that. The president, our president, has proven time and again that his preference is peace. But Iran must accept the reality of the situation and come to the negotiation table and accept terms that are good for them but ultimately good for the world. The diplomatic path, if there's a real diplomatic path, I'm not sure it's going to be one, but if there's a real diplomatic path and we continue to explore it, Steve and Jared are working on that very hard. If there is one there, it could be one that leads them to reconstruction, to prosperity, and to stability.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in studio by journalist Lily Moffat and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations expert, who is joining us all the way from Dubai. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you, because we heard from the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in that clip there, but a lot has happened since Marco Rubio did speak last night. It feels like it's been a whole lot of news and a whole lot of change since that moment. What more has come out of the US-Iran situation today? We know Iran is reviewing this memorandum that they have been handed. It's a one-page document. And, of course, Operation Freedom in the Strait of Hormuz has already been paused by the US after Rubio made that announcement.
Good evening, first of all. Thank you for having me. First, I think the most important change is the freezing or the halting of the Operation Freedom. And the reason President Trump gave for that is that an agreement is imminent or very close to happen. Within all, looking back at all the negotiations in the past phase, it could be realistic to say that a general, very general, between two underlines under general, framework agreement could potentially be reached. And eventually, Operation Freedom was meant for a purpose, and the purpose was to prove to the Iranians that their closure of Hormuz could be broken at any time, and this has been proven. And now this extra additional step that President Trump has went forward is taking it back to give a chance for the negotiations. Could there be an agreement? President Trump spoke about 48 hours waiting for the Iranian response. Again, if it will be achieved, it will be a very general framework agreement, after which I am afraid that the devil lies in the details, as we always say, and there's too many details and too many issues interacting and interdependent in this deal that I am still not very confident that this war is over and done with and that an agreement is the way out.
And Dr. Ellie, we did hear from President Donald Trump a little bit earlier, who said we are going to get enriched uranium from Iran. And also we heard one of Iran's top negotiators, that's Abbas Araghchi, saying the US aiming to force Tehran to surrender. So still getting news lines. As you say, details do remain unclear as to what's in those negotiated points. But Lily, we have a look at Iran at the moment, and we're talking about Operation Freedom with Dr. Ellie, and that's been paused while negotiations happen. Has Iran actually gained some leverage here by forcing Washington to step back, even if it's temporary? And lots of people are saying, well, it looks like this memorandum is just on the Strait of Hormuz. It doesn't even include the nuclear issues.
Yeah, I don't know that you'd necessarily say they've gained leverage. I think they're definitely chalking it up to a win, this pause. I think they've got 1,500 ships stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, and since Project Freedom began a few days ago, we've only seen 2 initially, and now I think it's up to 11 have actually been escorted through. So it's less than 1% of the ships that are struck. So Iran is seeing this as potentially the US backing down, Washington is not pushing it as that narrative. They're saying it's strategic diplomacy. But whatever it is, Iran is claiming the propaganda victory here. I think that what's happened is Iran is actually feeling the pressure as well diplomatically. They've got China talking to them. They've got Pakistan. All these regional countries really pushing for a resolution. They've got military pressure from the US, and then their economy is feeling the pressure as well.
And they've also shown, Iran, however, that they've got way more patience to stick this out than America previously thought, which is a conversation many people are talking about at the moment. Iran actually managed to, in some respects, fend off the US, which spends way more on defence and has a far more superior military.
They've stuck their heels in. I think we were saying before that Trump has said 47 times since the start of this that he's this close to achieving victory. So is there going to be another 48th time sometime soon?
And Dr. Ellie, President Donald Trump speaking now, he says the Iran deal very possible following the latest talks. What do you make of Donald Trump's optimism? And also, if we could just touch on what's happening in Lebanon, because Israel has struck Beirut for the first time since that ceasefire was announced between Lebanon and Israel.
Again, the optimism, as we've said many times on your show, Leigh Ann, that the issue of the nuclear and the issue of Hormuz has been the most controversial. But on both these issues, Iran was willing to compromise. So if they have reached a certain common points, there could be an agreement soon. However, my problem is, and as President Trump used to say, he wants a comprehensive agreement that includes both the ballistic threat and both the militias in the region that Iran supports and all its negative role in the region, as it was called, which of course brings us to the link to Hezbollah, to the PMF in Iraq, to others, which Iran so far has been unwilling to discuss and unwilling to include as part of the agreement. So on the uranium, it seems they reached something. On Hormuz, it potentially could be achieved, but still we are stuck on two very major points that are very concerning for the region, for the Gulf states, for the region altogether, which are the ballistics, the interventions, and supporting militias. On the other hand, going back to what you asked about Lebanon, I think Israel has been very keen on separating the two negotiation paths and to say that Lebanon is a different issue. Hezbollah is done and over. We cannot possibly accept that Hezbollah continues to have to cause any threat to Israeli citizens. And even in the negotiations, we are negotiating with the Lebanese government. Iran cannot and should not claim that it is representing Lebanon as part of the Islamabad talks or negotiations with the Americans. However, we've seen since the ceasefire declared in the White House or by the Americans, we have seen Israel to continue to attack with some limitations. But tonight, as you said, Beirut was hit again, and thus even the limitations that were very frail and very poor, even these were broken tonight with another attack on Beirut. The problem with this is that even with the killing of several of the hierarchy of Hezbollah, even with the destruction of villages in the south, even with occupation to a certain piece of land in Lebanon, all of these cannot actually bring a long sustainable peace that Israel claims it wants. And the only possible way to get this long sustainable peace is through negotiations, through a solid agreement with the Lebanese government. So they need to change action in Lebanon. They need to support the Lebanese government, and they need to push and give credibility for these negotiations to hopefully reach a solution that is satisfactory for both countries and that establishes sustainable peace on these borders.
And as Donald Trump is talking about a possible deal, we're just getting a news line through that President Trump met with ExxonMobil chairman last night. Exxon is, of course, the world's largest publicly gas
and oil-traded company, which is really interesting. Apparently, he met with ExxonMobil and Chevron, which is really interesting because maybe President Donald Trump is now getting pressure to open the Strait of Hormuz from these big gas and oil companies in the US, which is a fascinating turn of events. It's not just the political world now asking China and Europe, it's the big guys in America.
And we've seen how much pressure that these American large global companies can put on government, so I'm not surprised.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Dr. Ellie.
It's all about no, that's it. Just to repeat, it's all about the oil, and you have to see the oil line going beneath all the actions of Trump, because it is the arm that harms China most. And if he controls the sources of oil, he has a big possibility of also controlling China's growth and its opposition to the US.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. We know the oil price today has fallen below $100 on these optimisms around the peace talks. But as we said, we've seen it before. But let's move on to another story now. And the president of the Canary Islands has criticised the Spanish government's plans to let the Hantavirus hit cruise ship dock on its shores. The MV Hondas vessel is due to arrive in the Canaries in the next few days, and 3 passengers have been evacuated to the Netherlands. 3 other passengers have died, and a number of others have been infected. Here's what the Canaries leader did tell reporters earlier today.
We maintain technically that if the passengers are healthy, there is no contagion. It makes no sense for them to have to travel to the Canary Islands to be repatriated. They can perfectly well do so at Cape Verde International Airport. Therefore, if countries want to send planes to pick up their citizens and take them to their country of origin, why do they have to spend 3 days traveling to the Canary Islands? Nobody has explained it to us. Nobody has told us why.
Lily, let's start with you, because this is so interesting. We heard from the Canaries president there, and he was very anti that ship docking, where the Spanish government are saying we have to. So there's been a conflict of interest there. But should governments prioritise containment over humanitarian access when a ship is carrying such a deadly outbreak? Like I said, 3 people have already died of this hantavirus.
Yeah, and it's scary. I think it's got a 40% mortality rate, so it is quite a serious virus. But I feel like everyone's got a bit of COVID PTSD. Yes, it's on a ship now, but governments do need to prioritise containment, and the public want them to prioritise that quite aggressively, which is fine in theory, and governments will get popularity from that opinion. But when there's sick people on a ship, the theory doesn't really measure up. So I do understand where the governments are coming from here, but yeah, we don't want to see another COVID either. What we know is that there's been 3 deaths, and there's someone in Switzerland already who was fine when they got off the ship and then has now fallen ill. So there's a little bit of unknowns about this, similar to COVID, but yeah, there's no vaccine as well, which is terrifying.
It's absolutely terrifying, like you say, but also terrifying for those people. They've actually been on the ship for 5 weeks, just sailing around.
Yeah, and so many unknowns as well.
Yeah, and 3 people have died on it. They don't know where they're going to dock. They don't know. It must be such a terrifying situation. It's just unimaginable at the moment.
And I feel like the update was that it's docked at Tenerife now, or it's going to Tenerife.
Yeah, so that's the latest update we get. So the latest update is Spain's health minister has said the vessel will dock within 3 days in Tenerife.
Because maritime law does traditionally require any vessel in distress to be assisted by a government. It complicates issues there for governments, obviously, when there's that distress is a virus like Hantavirus. Sorry. So yeah, it's challenging for governments and for the public.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Dr. Ellie, could this expose major gaps in the cruise industry, health protocols, even past COVID? But you mentioned earlier, the cruise liner industry really operates in the grey area, not just when it comes to health. There always seems to be incidences on cruise liners.
Sure. First of all, a bit of reassurance is that this virus is not easily transmitted from human to human. It's very rare to have this transmission. So far, it could have been potentially an investigation to see where they actually got the virus. And the two scenarios were either in an event that they attended in Argentina back when the ship was there, or on some poor health measurement on the ship itself. In both cases, I think it's again back to the responsibility of the ship owner or the ship company and the security and health measures that they take in any of their events. And going to your question, the responsibility that they carry for the health and well-being of any of their passengers. Since they are definitely on high sea most of the time, since they navigate across different jurisdictions of countries and so on, there has been such a gray area that ship companies have been exploiting and getting away with a lot of things. Health issues, yes, but also illegal activities, also crimes in certain situations that were very difficult to take to courts and to deal with properly because of this, nexus of different jurisdictions and different realities and different legal systems. So the situation, since these are becoming more popular, we need to relook at the laws that govern their work, and we need to tighten a little bit the screw around these gray areas that let people get away with some things, and especially the responsibility when people get hurt in any way on their cruises to actually be accountable for the people and to actually give the people the best care they need to.
And it's really fascinating because more and more news is coming out about where this hantavirus came from, and two officials investigating this outbreak on board that cruise ship have said the source of the infection may be a couple's bird-watching trip to a landfill site, which was in Argentina, and WHO have confirmed that it's the Andes hantavirus, which is something that they are looking into now. And like we were talking about transmission at the moment. So as they try to figure this all out, the WHO, the World Health Organization, has said that it's okay when we have a look at this because it's not transmittable, it's being contained.
It's not transmittable human to human.
It's very rare.
They've obviously stepped on something while they're bird watching, taken it onto the ship, and then, like Dr. Ali was saying, is sanitation up to scratch? Why is this spread through the ship if it's not spread person to person? There's a lot of questions that have been raised.
There's a lot of questions, and I also think, I was speaking to Simon Calder yesterday, who's a travel expert. He said he's going on a cruise and he's confident that this is very rare. So I think we're going to see more and more come out about this hantavirus and its spread, how easily it's spread, just to give people a little bit of confidence to go on that cruise liner. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And Kensington Palace has confirmed that Catherine, Princess of Wales, will travel to Italy next week for her first official overseas visit since her cancer treatment. The princess's two-day trip to Reggio Emilia in the north of Italy will be focused on early childhood education. Catherine's last foreign trip was back in December 2022 when she travelled to Boston in the US with her husband, Prince William. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you. Does Catherine's return signal a big royal comeback? And is it a positive step for the royal family? And it must be pretty difficult to go back to work and put yourself out there after having cancer treatment and going through an operation like she did.
I mean, big royal comeback. I'm not sure about how big is this royal comeback. It's definitely a comeback. It's definitely on the personal level something to be really appreciated after going through treatment, after going through the pain, physical and psychological of being through cancer. It's definitely good to see her come back and play the role that she's supposed to play. And I do believe that, I mean, her and Prince William have been playing a good role and have been doing what people expect them to do. And they have gathered a lot of sympathy and support from the public, much more maybe than other family members. So it's good to see her go there. It's good to see her go for a humanitarian cause, to help children, as she has built a track record in that. It's good in every aspect. Definitely those who don't like the monarchy or who criticize, they will find different ways to criticize anyway. But altogether, it's all good news. And again, it's a good image that the royal family has managed to keep and to preserve with this new generation coming in.
And Lily, we must talk. We mentioned that she has had cancer treatment. And how much has her illness changed the way the royal family approaches public duty? Because this has been something that's been quite criticised in the British media. Yeah. They're saying, where is William and Catherine? They're asking that question. A lot of people have said they work shy. That's one of the big criticisms over in the UK. They say they don't do enough royal duties, and it's actually irked a lot of people.
I think that could be down to the British, stiff upper lip, stay calm and carry on despite being ill. And I think this is a nice kind of shift away from that mentality, especially for the dutiful monarch who do so much in regards to being out there and doing their duty. So it is nice that Catherine was able to take a step back and actually get better. I think it's actually done a lot for her with the relationship with the public. They've got a strong empathy for her now for that. But the British, Catherine and William specifically are such a great soft power for the UK. They've come in, they're a new generation of royals, and I think that her going out again overseas, like to Italy, really does kind of put them in good stead.
And let's talk a little bit, Dr. Ellie, about the soft power, because of course we saw King Charles, and he went to the US on this royal tour to meet President Donald Trump. I don't think I've ever seen Trump so happy. He was smiling the whole way through. He absolutely loved it. We know that his mum's from Scotland. He was obsessed with the Queen when she was alive. And I think King Charles did a fabulous job. What do you think?
I mean, Trump finds his normal place among monarchs and he always finds a way to mess up the trip and to do something wrong. But anyway, let alone Trump, and to discuss Charles, indeed, I mean, this trip was impressive. I'm not a big fan of the royalty, not even of Charles himself. I was really positively impressed by his visit and by his speech and how well it was written, how well it was delivered, all the impact that he did. I can say it is much more than soft power. It really had significant influence on the people, on the public opinion, and definitely on the relationship between the US and the UK. So soft powers, definitely by all means, but definitely they have been called to play a political role in specific cases and to play a diplomatic role that Charles had delivered perfectly in his last trip to the US.
Yeah, I thought his speech to Congress was pretty amazing. As you said, it was a real diplomatic win for the royal family. But also we talk about the royal family now and how much it's changed over the years, because King Charles has had his own battle with cancer, was very honest with that, about that, Lily, came out to the British public, he spoke about it, he's risen awareness. Yeah. And then we saw Kate speak about cancer too, but also King Charles getting more involved in politics. Yeah. The royal family has always said, we're not involved in politics, but I think King Charles has been different because he was always involved in the environment, very outspoken, and now we see him in the US.
Well, they've been very black and white, haven't they? They're either this or they're that. I feel like there's now a grey area forming where they do go on visits to the US to represent soft power. Like Dr. Ali said, it actually ended up being him being quite political and having very clever comments at quite opportune times. So, yeah, I think it's now that kind of grey area that they're forming, which is pretty good. I think it's, they should have political speeches at the White House and have people standing up applauding. I thought it was great.
I thought it was so interesting. And I remember when the Queen was still alive and she came out and she was wearing a yellow and a blue hat and everyone said she supported Brexit. And that conversation went on forever. But Dr. Ellie, we know you love the royals. Are you sad that King Charles didn't meet Harry while he was in the US?
Would have you liked to have seen that?
I'm sorry, but I couldn't care less. I
didn't know who Harry or William was.
Family feuds are good for tabloids, good for entertainment, and definitely they kept things going. People talking about the royal family, but Harry has made his choice, and William is playing his role very well. I think it's working out as it is.
Harry selling jam in Montecito.
Oh, yeah.
William's becoming the next king, and Dr. Ellie doesn't care.
Yeah. Their lives have gone like this. Very different.
Yeah, that's the roundup. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And Donald Trump is bringing back the Presidential Physical Fitness Award to schools across America, reviving the competitive fitness challenge that was scrapped more than a decade ago. The president says it's about restoring excellence and competitiveness for the next generation. But critics argue it risks turning exercise into pressure. At the White House launch, Trump was joined by school children and athletes and even challenged one youngster to a fight. Anyway, take a look.
So I don't think we'll have to worry about you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to do good. Are you a strong person?
Yes, sir.
Good. You think you can take me in a fight? I think you could. Hey, that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it?
I must admit something, Lily. I want...
They didn't know what to answer.
They were so lost.
I wish the kid was like, yeah, let's go outside. Let me show you what I'm made of, because I'm sure Donald Trump's 80 now.
Yeah, he would have retracted from that.
But it was quite amazing because Bryce DeChambeau was there, of course, the famous golfer who's now really made his name on YouTube. Of course, he's won a few majors. Let's not downplay it. But, of course, Donald Trump loved golf. And I thought it was also funny when all the kids were there, Trump was talking so much, they were yawning. But anyway, Lily, let's move on.
Stimulated.
Yeah, they were not stimulated at all, I tell you. But is bringing back competitive fitness actually good, especially for discipline, or is it outdated pressure for children? I think this is the debate.
I think it's part of a broader issue. I think, should they be pushing participation over performance? That's what I think they should, because it creates a healthy relationship with exercise. There will be kids who are very good at sports and excel, and they are the ones that they will thrive in this environment. But there's the half that won't. They will become anxious that they're not winning, and they're not, they're at the bottom level of these things. So I just want to ensure that when they're thinking about this, they're doing it with healthy diets. They're doing it with, how to get exercise into your day-to-day, rather than just exercise as a competitive thing. And if you're not good at it, then don't do it.
Fascinating, because I wonder, Dr. Ellie, if you have the same opinion on this, because in many ways I'm really pro what they're doing here when it comes to exercise, because I think it's 20% of American children are obese and 7% morbidly obese.
It is. The statistics are horrible.
They're terrible.
But if you just look at it as how many kids are in competitive sport or competitive exercise, that's just one bit of it. We know the diets of these children are not great. So it's an education piece alongside this.
Yeah, it's so interesting because Barack Obama actually phased out this fitness test, and now we're seeing President Trump bring it back in. But Dr. Ellie, should schools prioritise performance and resilience over participation and well-being? So I don't know what your thought pattern is here, but I think getting kids competitive and doing sport against each other is really positive, because we also know exercise helps in the classroom, helps with education.
I mean, I do have a problem with the new culture of, all competition is wrong, we should all win, let's remove grades from school, let's remove any competition, you cannot pretend you're strong because this is looked down at. All of this culture, I think, has brought us a new generation of young people that are weak, that are not ready for the world, that are not ready to face any challenges. And this is wrong. This is wrong for today's world. This is wrong for their world and their future. So definitely putting back the idea of competitiveness, of positive competitiveness, as Lily mentioned, as part of a whole spectrum of how we deal with health and with exercise as a part of daily life. How we add to it, the meals, the all of these concepts in a full package, not simply for competing and for excelling and for being better than others. In that aspect, I am all for it, and having a national competition, sponsored by the president to encourage this and to encourage people to excel in sports is definitely something that I am all for. We used to put as part of the when I'm teaching geopolitics or emerging powers or so on, one of the factors was actually how many medals has this country won, and proportionally to the population. So how much do they actually value, excellence, and how much they support sports? This is one of the factors that the country is rising, is taking care of its population, and is, doing well in general. So, in general, all for it, as long as it is within the full package that Lily mentioned.
And it's fascinating because if we have a look at the Olympic scoreboard, the US are always top of the medal charts. Yeah. So we talk right now about obesity in schools and among young people, but for generations and generations, the US has dominated sport. I mean, especially on the track.
Maybe it's been a decline.
It's been a decline.
Yeah, I mean, in the 1970s, currently the obesity rate in children is 4 times higher than what it was in the 1970s. So I think that they're declining in their sporting ability and in their health, and that's something needs to happen. And if this is it, then great. But I just think they need to have a larger, broader approach to it.
I think start small. I must admit something. I think everyone in school should play competitive sport.
I agree. I agree.
I don't think that it should make you anxious if you're not good at it, because at school, I was horrendous at education. I mean, I can't even count on my fingers still. But I was the top of every sports team and the sports captain and played international.
Oh, here we go.
And then I was prized at school, but I was rubbish at education. But the only reason I went to class is so I could play sport.
Yes.
So actually, I got through education because I had to. Do you know what I mean? If I didn't do my exams, I couldn't play sports.
There's so much scientific evidence behind the positivity in having competitive sport. And I'm the same. I did a lot of competitive sport growing up, and I know that I thrived in it. I just don't want kids to be pegged against each other for, if someone is not able to do a specific sport like this competition, then at the ages of 5, have a complex about it. There's possibly an age where you go, let's do this as a competitive thing, and then an age where you go, let's try and create healthy habits that you can take.
So both of you have excelled in sports. Let me tell you the other side of the story. I've never excelled in any sport.
But you excelled in education.
Yeah, again, but still you need to put the system that takes care for the most vulnerable and make sure they are healthy and they are well cared for. And from there on, people do their choices and excel in whichever they choose.
Yeah.
So this is the logic of public policy, in my opinion, how it should be.
We should all do the bleep test.
Yes.
I think so. Dr. Ellie, you might win. You don't know.
You never know.
Okay, and actually, it's that time of the show where Lily and Dr. Ellie have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Dr. Ellie, yours is about kamikaze dolphins, allegedly in the Strait of Hormuz. Explain what this is all about. And I know Pete Hegseth was actually asked about this recently in a press conference.
Well, there have been some weird reports from that war on both sides. There have been some, caricature on both sides, some movies, animated movies on both sides. It's been funny all through. And one of these fun stories was that Iran is using suicide dolphins, kamikaze dolphins, to attack ships. Well, that's not the story. The story is when Peter Hegseth was asked about it, he said, I can confirm to you that Iran does not have kamikaze dolphins, but I cannot deny or confirm that the U.S. has them. So he's launched all kind of speculations about whether the U.S. is still doing, because, and I'm saying still because during the Cold War it was known that both the U.S. and the USSR Marines have done tests on dolphins, have used dolphins in training and in delivering messages. They've tried to use them in identifying intruders, in finding sea mines, in so many different operations, and not only dolphins, different kinds of animals. But at this time and age, for Hector to say this, it just raised so many questions, weird questions, funny questions, but also conspiracy theories about whether the U.S. is still trying to use animals of all kinds, including dolphins, part of its military testing and military, inventions in a certain way to do that.
And I remember when I listened to what Hegseth had to say, Hegseth, he was a Fox News presenter, he's got all the big lines, doesn't he? I always think he looks pretty fantastic. But it reminded me of back in 2019, I had to Google this, because a beluga whale was actually found in Norway, and it had a camera in a harness connected to it.
Oh, really?
Yes, and it was discovered back in 2019, and it was traced back to Russia. Oh, and Russia was using these beluga whales
as spies
off the coast of Norway, and it became this really big story. And then when I read about the kamikaze dolphins, I was like,
you believed
it's back. It's back.
Was it James Bond or was it Austin Powers that had the play of sharks with laser beams on
It's a big confusion, Lily, between James Bond and...
I have no idea.
It was just ridiculous.
Let's say it's Austin Powers. Yeah. I think James Bond might be more classy than that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dr. Ellie loves James Bond. He would know. Did they have lasers, the dolphins?
On the shark.
On the sharks.
Oh, they have lasers, they have cameras, and they have, explosives to use when they need to.
Oh, crazy. The poor dolphins. I hope none were harmed during the segment. Let's just put that out there. And Lily's, yours is about the CEO of Starbucks, and he's received some backlash.
Yes. So the story is that the CEO of Starbucks, Brian Niccol, has come under fire for defending his $9 Starbucks drinks. He has called them affordable premium experiences. So social media has erupted, saying it's very tone deaf. $9 for a coffee is not a representation of the cost of living at the moment. It's not an affordable experience for a lot of people to spend $9 on a coffee.
Is it a special coffee?
No.
Or is it just like a basic?
It's just a basic, like just a general, people are going to go in there and most likely spend $9 on a drink.
That's crazy, $9.
Yeah. And I was just saying to Dr. Ali before, and he is Australian as well, and we are coffee snobs in Australia. So I would find it very hard to swallow, pardon the pun, a $9 US coffee from Starbucks. I will go to a lovely cafe in Melbourne or Sydney and get served up a insanely good flat white, and I would pay not $9 US, but possibly half that, and be very happy with my, affordable premium experience. I would not go into a Starbucks and get dishwater for $9.
I'll drink any coffee. Yeah, I'm not a snob at all.
For coffee connoisseurs, they would not step into Starbucks. It's crazy.
No.
And for people who don't care about coffee, like you, Leigh Ann, they would get any coffee they can. They would not pay for $9 for a Starbucks. So both cases, that statement was really out of common sense for that Starbucks CEO.
I just can't believe $9.
I think
that's
it was
like a specialised coffee with protein in it or some like gold chips on it.
I think they're extra large. I mean, Starbucks, this is going back to the story about Americans' diet, but, their coffee is, if you're getting a latte, it's a giant cup of milk with coffee in it. I can't drink it.
No, you're right. It's a ludicrous price. But I'm glad I'm with two coffee snobs. Maybe you can teach me something. I quite like Starbucks dishwater every now and again. I don't know.
No.
Why not? I don't know. But thank you so... Well, I'm just actually going to bring you some breaking news that we have right now. The UK Health Security Agency says none of the British citizens currently on board are reporting any symptoms of the Hantavirus, but they are being closely monitored at the moment. The UK Health Security aware of 2 people right now having been on board that exact cruise ship. Neither is currently reporting symptoms. So we're getting some updates there from the UK government on the situation. We were talking about the cruise ship a little bit earlier. We have had 3 people die on that cruise ship. It was now heading towards Tenerife and will dock in 3 days' time. But I just want to say thank you so much to our guest journalists, Lily Moffat and Dr. Ellie Cohanim, professor and expert of international relations, and he joined us from Dubai. And of course, that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, mediators Pakistan say that the US and Iran are closing in on a deal to end their war. We ask, does that sound credible? And citing progress in the talks, President Trump pauses a mission to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And Lebanon at a crossroads. With a fragile ceasefire under strain and rising pressure for peace with Israel, we ask, is Hezbollah's grip any closer to being broken? Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, despite a fragile truce and several attempts to de-escalate, the war is now in its 3rd month. And the big question remains, when will it end? Well, signs of a possible diplomatic breakthrough have now emerged. Pakistani mediators say that Washington and Tehran are getting very close to signing a simple one-page agreement to end the war. Well, according to US sources, this proposed deal could include Iran pausing nuclear enrichment, while the US lifts sanctions and releases frozen funds, and sees both sides easing movement in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, nothing is official yet, but more details are expected in the next day or two. Well, we're joined now by Fred Flight, who's the former Executive Secretary and Chief of Staff of the United States National Security Council, who served under President Trump. Fred, great to have you with us on the program again. I expect you've seen some of the same reports as me. One of them is American, one is a Pakistani report, and they suggest that an agreement with Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the war is very close. Now, Washington is reportedly awaiting for some responses from Tehran on some key points. But does all of this sound credible to you?
Well, I'd start by saying that this war has been a tremendous victory for the Arabian Gulf region and for global security by wiping out Iran's military capability, its power projection capabilities, its ability to make missiles, to continue its nuclear weapons program. And now that these achievements have been reached, President Trump wants to claim a win and move on. Now, there are some negotiations ongoing right now. I understand there may be an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that is being discussed and negotiated with the Iranian government. I think there is some activity right now, but it's hard to know what has actually been agreed to because President Trump has particular red lines, and negotiating with what's left of the Iranian regime is so difficult. We know they're fighting with themselves. The IRGC is determined not to agree to any reasonable deal. So, we may have some news in the next 24 hours.
Okay, but based on what we know at the moment, does it sound to you like this is the closest, at least, that the two sides have been to some sort of a deal since the war began?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. What else can we assume that the agreement covers between the United States and Iran? I mean, do you think it could, for example, include the U.S. lifting sanctions on Iran? Could it mean the release of billions of dollars of frozen Iranian funds?
I think the agreement is going to focus on freeing up the Strait of Hormuz and a determination by the United States that Iran will never pursue nuclear weapons. And if it attempts to do so, there will be U.S. military action against Iran. In terms of lifting sanctions and any incentives to Iran, I don't know that that's being contemplated, and I don't support that.
Okay. I mean, some of the reports I've said say that, there is no such provision for detailed negotiations on Iran's nuclear ambitions at the moment. That would be for later. And that being the case, I mean, if this deal focuses on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and stopping the war, doesn't that basically mean we're back to where we were in February?
Not at all, because Iran's capability to make missiles have been destroyed. The facilities it would need to make nuclear weapons have been wiped out. Even if it dug up this near weapons grade enriched uranium in the form of uranium hexafluoride, to try to make it into weapons fuel, it doesn't have the facilities to do that. I think Iran's nuclear program has been set back 5 to 10 years. Its missile program has been devastated. Iran is a much reduced threat to the Arabian Gulf region and to the world. And I think for that reason, the world is very grateful that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu stepped up to take care of this global threat.
Okay, I mean, just with regards to Project Freedom that we now know has been put on hold, I mean, it didn't bring about, did it, any significant resumption of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz? I mean, do you think it's fair to say that that was a failure?
It did let shipping out of the Strait of Hormuz, but we are engaged in negotiations with what's left of the Iranian government, and I understand that that project has been temporarily suspended.
Yeah, I mean, some skeptics say that reports of a diplomatic breakthrough are rather convenient cover for the failure of Project Freedom. What do you say to those skeptics?
I think the Trump haters will say anything to try to deride from the success of this 2026 Iran war, which has significantly reduced the threat from this nation. And let's keep in mind that the thousands of missiles and drones that Iran fired at its neighbors were pre-positioned to attack them. Iran has been a big loser in this war, not just for the reasons I gave you, but because he has united all the states in the region. Iran has united all the states in the region that it attacked peaceful nations for no reason. They now realize this is a rogue state that is at war with them, that does not have their best interests at heart. And I think there will be a very strong anti-Iran alliance in the region after this war.
But isn't there a danger that a more hardline Iran is going to emerge from all of that? And we're already starting to see hints of that in the resumption of executions, for example, that has been taking place in recent days, people who simply were connected to Starlink or who took to the streets. I mean, isn't that a real danger that that's one of the legacies of this?
I don't know how we can say that the regime is more hardline today when it executed 20 to 40,000 innocent protesters in January. We also know there are major divisions in the Iranian government right now. Recently, there was criticism by the Speaker of the Parliament when the IRGC launched missiles at the United Arab Emirates. I think there will be an uprising in Iran, a large one. It may take some time. The economy has been devastated. The people are only not protesting because they have guns pointed at them. This is not a sustainable situation.
So you don't think that a more vengeful, better prepared Iran emerging from this chapter is a particular threat or risk at this stage?
I think it's a broken state. I don't say it's no threat, but it's significantly weaker than it was. And I think there's a potential that the Iranian people can take back their country.
Do you think that a successful narrative, can be built around Lebanon? And then, as we've said, there are skeptics with regards to what we've been discussing with regards to Iran. But Lebanon is a dimension to this conflict that's quite often overlooked at the moment. Progress looks like it could be made on that front, and it looks like Lebanon could be on track to freeing itself from the grip of Hezbollah. Do you see perhaps that being one of the success stories that emerges from this chapter?
Strangely enough, I think you're right. We're seeing the first negotiation between Israel and the Lebanese government in many decades, and Hezbollah made a serious mistake in joining this war after the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. Israel's response to the Lebanese attacks on Israel have been devastating. Hezbollah was already significantly weakened. It's weakened more now, and you're right. This may be an unexpected consequence, a good consequence of this conflict.
Do you expect there to be face-to-face talks and a meeting between the president of Lebanon and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, but I haven't heard that.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about the domestic dimension of this, viewed from the United States. How much do you think this chapter will have cost the Republican Party in the build-up to the midterms in November? Do you think it will have cost them?
Well, I mean, there's people for and against the war in the United States. The president promised that this would not be a long-term conflict. I think he's going to keep his word, and that will give him an opportunity to concentrate on the upcoming November elections. The majority of Republicans, according to polls, support the war. The majority of Democrats do not. I don't think that's a surprise given the sharp polarization in our country right now. But even Republicans who don't agree with the war, they trust President Trump, and they know he will not allow this to become a quagmire or a long-term conflict.
So were the war to end in the next couple of weeks, do you think that would give the GOP enough time to regroup and perhaps narrow the gap ahead of the midterms? Because the polls don't look too good, do they?
Well, midterms are always difficult for a sitting president. This is just the facts. So the deck was always stacked against President Trump. The media is relentlessly negative, and it was negative before the war began in February. It always was clear in February that keeping the House of Representatives would be difficult. But I think the president has a good message to tell. The economy is better. The country is safer. Crime is down. Illegal immigration is down. And I think the president's going to be very, very engaged between now and November to make that case to the American people.
Okay, and just to bring this conversation to a close and really to go back to where we begun, how far off do you think that all-important second round of face-to-face talks between the Americans and the Iranians, the first round obviously brokered by Pakistan, we assume the second round will be as well, how far off do you think that is?
I don't know. It's hard to know. There's been reports over the last few weeks that the Iranians would send representatives to Pakistan, then they would not. We know there's infighting within the regime. It could be the president will simply issue an ultimatum. The war is over. We have won. We'll stop hostilities if you stop threatening the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if it's possible to negotiate with this broken regime. So it may come down to that. But look, I don't make the decisions for the U.S. government.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to share your thoughts with us. Fred Fleitz, former Executive Secretary of the Chief of Staff of the U.S. National Security Council. Thank you for your time, sir.
Good to be here.
Meanwhile, on the military front, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz could be starting to calm down. U.S. President Donald Trump says he has paused Operation Project Freedom, which was assisting stranded vessels and restoring safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, this move follows ongoing talks with Iran, with President Trump citing great progress towards a final agreement. Well, he said the operation will be suspended for a short period to allow time to see whether a deal with Tehran can be finalized. Well, for more, we're joined now by Kevin Ayer, who is a former U.S. Navy captain who previously commanded 3 warship cruisers, and he's based in Colorado. Captain Ayer, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. As I was just saying in the introduction there, President Trump has paused this naval mission to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. What's your reading as to why he's decided to step back now?
Good morning, sir. A pleasure to be here. My expectation is that he is waiting for Iran to make decisions regarding the peace proposals that are on the table. Now, the problem is, of course, that we are not exactly sure who is in charge in Iran these days, whether it's the Hadi with the IRGC speaking for the supreme leader, or whether it is the government of Pezeshkian. So they need to work things out internally before discussions can go on face-to-face in Pakistan. And I believe that President Trump is offering a pause because he has some kind of indications that progress is being made on the U.S. demands for Iran.
Okay, I mean, as things currently stand, who does it look to you like is in control of the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, that is highly debatable. Now, the United States Navy has run destroyers through the Strait of Hormuz recently. On the 11th of April, it ran 2 ships, the Frank E. Peterson and another ship through the Strait of Hormuz right after the ceasefire was declared. And the other day, on Monday, the Truxton and the Mason were both in the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, in the first case, neither was attacked. In the second case, with the Truxton and Mason, they were attacked by fast patrol boats, anti-ship ballistic missiles, and also Shahed 136 drones. None of them were hit, of course, but my point is that there's a question of forbearance. If Iran wishes to allow the straits to be operated in, no problem for anyone, great for the economy. If Iran decides that it's going to use some of its assets to make passage through the Strait of Hormuz difficult, then I expect we will return to Operation Epic Fury, which admittedly Secretary Rubio has said is at an end. But President Trump is very clear that if things don't work out well with these negotiations, that he expects to go back to hostilities.
Right, and we've heard President Trump in the last 24 hours or so saying that Iran's military has been reduced to what he called pea shooters. But does it really look like that to you? Because, I mean, we were given to understand that several merchant vessels came under sustained attack. They were not able to pass freely despite the promise of U.S. escorts. I mean, do you think it's accurate to say that they're reduced to what sound like, you know, desperate measures and not being in control?
Well, as you and your viewers know, President Trump tends to speak hyperbolically. Of course, the Iranian government also speaks hyperbolically, claiming a crushing defeat of the U.S. Following the ceasefire. However, it is absolutely true to say that Iran still certainly possesses the wherewithal to make passage through the Strait of Hormuz impossible to merchant shipping. Simply put, it is still estimated that they possess 400 to 800 fast patrol boats, which can be armed with rockets, that they have some 1,000 to 1,500 anti-ship drones. At one point, they produced 80,000 total of these drones. We've destroyed many of them, but they still remain. And estimates are that they still maintain between 1 and 300 anti-ship ballistic missiles. Any one of these factors is sufficient to cause an entire halt of shipping. So they still possess the wherewithal. And that doesn't even mention the mine situation, which is, in my view, the most difficult factor of all. Have they been enormously reduced? They have. Has their Navy been sunk? Has their Air Force been erased? Do they have air defense? They don't have air defense. But it would be a misnomer to suggest that they have no capability whatsoever. They certainly possess the capability to close the Strait of Hormuz, and that appears to be the kernel issue in this discussion.
Okay, so clearly they've got some important assets still. So in the absence of a navy, which we're told that, and you've just echoed that as well, that they no longer have a conventional navy, they are still able to inflict considerable pain on vessels that try to go through there and in turn on the world economy.
They certainly do. 20 to 25% of the entire world's oil and liquid natural gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz. 85% of this goes to Asia, admittedly not Europe and the Western Hemisphere, but it has a catastrophic effect on raising the average price of oil, which is hard on everyone's economy. This is the lever that Iran possesses. On the other hand, the United States also possesses significant levers, particularly Iran's inability to offer any real opposition to continued attack on their country. This, in my view, becomes a question of who can endure longer. Iran's economy is rapidly becoming a catastrophe. They will soon, estimates are mid-May, have to stop pumping oil. Stopping pumping oil because all of your storage is full and you can't transship any of it sounds like no big deal. You turn off a valve. On the other hand, starting it back up again can be catastrophically difficult. On the other side, there is enormous pressure in the Democratic Party and other avenues in the United States to stop the war. So it becomes a question of who can endure longer. Iran facing military destruction and economic destruction that could last a decade or longer, or the United States with questions of the War Power Act being posed by people in Congress. And of course, that issue has a lot to do with why this ceasefire was declared and why, even though there are attacks going on in Project Freedom, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State are defining these things as completely disconnected. It has to do with the 60-day clock on the War Powers Act.
Okay. I mean, I wanted to ask you about Project Freedom and its viability. I mean, even before it was paused, I mean, do you think that escort mission really was viable, or do you think it was just too risky to continue?
Well, that's a very good question. There are some 800 neutral ships trapped in the Arabian Gulf with 20,000 sailors that would all like to get out. International law calls the Strait of Hormuz an international waterway, and you can't obstruct that. The United States would like to guide, escort, coordinate ships out of the Arabian Gulf. We possess tremendous firepower in that area. There may be as many as 15 Arleigh Burke destroyers, which are by far the most sophisticated warships in the world, able to shoot down ballistic missiles. But this is not to say that this is without challenge. And if Iran decided to pull all the stops out, and if the United States was determined to escort ships in and out, it would be a tremendous battle between these two forces involving enormous destruction of Iranian coastline, Iranian forces, as the United States forced its way in and out until Iran was completely subjugated on the issue. And again, this doesn't even speak to the possibility, what I refer to as Iran's nuclear option, of laying more mines in the Strait of Hormuz than they already have, and which the United States is already attempting to clear.
Okay, and obviously, you know, our thoughts are with the 20,000 or so marine personnel, maritime workers who are on those stranded vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, and we're told that some of them are running short of supplies, and they are essentially hostages or pawns in this situation. Given your naval background, I'm just wondering whether you can perhaps envisage a way in which some humanitarian assistance could be got to them if escorting them through the Strait of Hormuz is not an option.
Certainly. The GCC states could resupply them via shipping or helicopter. We do it all the time. They do it all the time. Oil facilities out in the Gulf, working boats go back and forth all the time. It is absolutely possible to provide wherewithal to those ships that are actually stuck in the Gulf. So I don't consider that to be a particularly great problem in supplying these ships. A much greater problem is that this represents a complete stoppage of one of the major parts of the world's economy. And if you are one of these ships, the insurance rates to take your ship through the Strait of Hormuz is unbelievably high, which is what the limitation here is. So until some kind of viable, sustained peace regarding the Strait of Hormuz is achieved, those ships are not going anywhere. Of course, the U.S. blockade in the North Arabian Sea will continue full force for as long as is needed. That is easily sustainable for 2 months, 2 years, as long as it takes. And it is an absolute stranglehold on Iran's economy. And if you're the IRGC, you may be willing to endure this pain. The question is are you enduring the pain to the point where your economy is destroyed for years and years without the ability to just turn it back on?
I want to ask you, I mean, earlier in the week we were focused on some attacks, some fresh attacks that have been carried out on the United Arab Emirates, and yet Iran denies it was behind them. And I'm just wondering what you read into that. Could that possibly suggest that there are breakaway groups or indeed serious fractures in the ranks of Iran's leadership?
I think that goes without saying, Tom. The major issue appears to be, in my view, the reason why negotiations broke down the first time was because elements of the government, which imagined that they were in control, were in Pakistan trying to make a deal with the United States. They got back to Iran, and the IRGC, which appears to now hold most of the cards, if not all of them, said, "What are you talking about? We don't agree to this. This makes no sense." So my greatest concern about all of this is that rogue elements of the IRGC may take actions without reference to a larger or more senior authority which speaks for the entire nation. So I'm certainly not suggesting this is the case, but the possibility in my mind exists that a lower IRGC commander may take it upon himself to begin laying more mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Or someone might have launched those 15 ballistic missiles at Fujairah the other day without reference to whoever may be in charge, whether it's Pezekian or whether it's Vahadi of the IRGC. This is unclear to me, and I suspect it's unclear to a lot of people. That is the main problem. Who speaks for Iran now?
Okay, and just to wrap up this conversation, Captain Aya, I mean, we've been told by some of the analysts that we've spoken to that, perhaps President Trump's preferred way to wrap up this conflict, to disengage, will be, once the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, declare some sort of a unilateral victory. For him to do that, what do you think he would need to show the American people for that victory to have some credibility behind it?
Well, he has been very clear, consistently clear, and so has Secretary of State Rubio and Secretary of Defense Hegseth on what the entering arguments are for peace. One is handing over all nuclear material to the IAEA, ceasing enrichment, shutting down ballistic missile development, cutting back on support of proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, and opening the Strait of Hormuz. If he were to say the Strait of Hormuz is over or is open, it's all over, that would not be a suitable answer for many people, because that would be one element and nothing else has changed. It is my expectation that we have essentially destroyed their ballistic missile production capability. Wonderful. We have destroyed their economy to the point where supporting Hezbollah or Hamas is extremely difficult. And by the way, Israel is hammering that problem themselves. But until you get the refined nuclear material in whatever condition it is, you have not answered the problem that started everything with Midnight Hammer last year and that continues this year, which is, are you going to allow Iran to become a nuclear power? And everyone at the top of the United States government is emphatic about this is an entire impossibility. This cannot be allowed to happen. So I would be extremely surprised if the president took that exit, because it would hang over him. I'm sure he is concerned about his legacy, and his entire drum beating has been Iran cannot be a nuclear power. And to just say the Strait of Hormuz is open, we're going to have peace, that makes no sense. No one would understand it.
Right. So you're saying that if Iran does not hand over its highly enriched uranium, then any talk of a victory on the part of the United States will be hollow, shall we say?
Absolutely. It would make absolutely no sense to me, to anyone who is of a conservative bent, anyone who has supported this war. And frankly, it would be very bad for the entire world, because one of the mistakes of foreign policy is often called mirror imaging, where people presume that their opposite thinks just like them. People don't seem to be concerned that Iran with a nuclear weapon would be much of an issue, because they would probably behave with great conservative approach to this. We don't know that. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they could hold the Strait of Hormuz hostage whenever they wanted to, and that would be a major problem for the entire world's economy. And so I would be shocked, Tom, if the idea that they must give up all of their enriched material goes away under any circumstances until they actually give up their nuclear material. And as I said, we have an economic stranglehold on them, which is only going to get worse. And in the very short term, the pressure in Iran regarding the stopping of pumping, which is really the linchpin of all of this, has got to be enormous.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Kevin Aya, former U.S. Navy captain, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us today.
My pleasure, Tom. Thanks for having me.
And now to Lebanon, one of the countries hardest hit by the spillover from the Iran war. Well, despite a ceasefire, Israeli strikes are continuing, and fighting between Israel and Hezbollah is ongoing. Well, Israel's military has warned residents in 12 towns in the south of Lebanon to evacuate, saying that Hezbollah breached the ceasefire. Well, at least 16 people have been killed in the south, 4 more in the east of the country. Well, Ronnie Chattar is a political commentator and host of the Beirut Banyan podcast. He joins us now from Beirut. Ronnie, great to have you with us once again. Despite the extended truce, as I was just saying there, Israeli strikes are continuing across Lebanon, reportedly not unprovoked. Just tell us what the situation is on the ground as you see it right now.
Well, I think it reflects largely an intention of what was defined as a temporary pause, short of a ceasefire. It was meant to provide enough de-escalation to allow diplomacy to take hold, not in Beirut or for that matter in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, but in Washington, D.C., among the Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors that have met twice, and there's a third meeting scheduled. More recently, there's been an aggressive American push by the American ambassador to Lebanon for there to be a meeting between the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Lebanese side has rejected that meeting, but it looks like there's an appetite, not just in Lebanon, but in Iran as well. There's an appetite for diplomacy, less eagerness for long-term confrontation, long-term fighting from the American side. And I think you're seeing that play out on both sides. More recently, in the last few hours, there's been an Iranian-American dialogue of sorts, producing what looks like a potential way out of conflict and on the path towards diplomacy there. I expect the mood to continue in that direction, less in war.
Right, so a lot is happening, actually, and you've raised lots of important points, and I'll try to pick up on some of them. Why don't we start by talking about President Aoun, who's saying there'll be no meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu until a security deal is struck and attacks on Lebanon finish. What's the rationale for him holding off, do you think?
I can sum it up in 3 ways. The first is this is unprecedented. There has been no Lebanese-Israeli meeting in Lebanese-Israeli history at that level. There have been indirect negotiations, and there were meetings that took place in the Madrid peace talks in the early 1990s, and of course in 1983, the last time there was a direct negotiation between the Lebanese and Israelis under American auspices that actually produced a treaty as well, an agreement that was later revoked and reneged on the Lebanese side. So on one side, it hasn't happened before in history, on Lebanese and Israeli leaders meeting at that level. On the second front, I think is probably more domestic in that the appetite for that kind of meeting, should it happen, is probably best kept towards a deal. In other words, once there's a withdrawal of Israelis from the south, once you have a permanent ceasefire and armistice restored along the Lebanese-Israeli border, you could perhaps make the case for there to be that kind of meeting. In other words, don't do it now when the Israelis are in Lebanon, do it when the Israelis are out. The third, I would assume, is also domestic, not necessarily in Lebanese circles, but one meant to assuage Hezbollah in its current capacity and trying to give Hezbollah a way out of conflict and trying to bring Hezbollah to the table, which seems to be a very difficult task, even without war, trying to bring Hezbollah in a way on the Lebanese table and less on the Iranian table. And I think that would require a security divorce between Hezbollah and Iran that hasn't happened yet. So I don't see the need for Joseph Aoun to rush too early to meet Netanyahu if he's considering all of those 3 conditions.
Right, so it's easy to understand why Hezbollah doesn't want that meeting to happen, and they've been pretty vocal about it. Apart from them, are there any other groups or prominent individuals who don't want that meeting to happen there in Lebanon?
If I had to guess, I don't think any Lebanese government official is interested in a peace treaty. I think the appetite is for armistice, for there to be a ceasefire first and a withdrawal of Israelis from southern Lebanon, but for there to be a quiet return to the border. and allow for the Lebanese state to take hold of geography that it lost once more. Or for that matter, for the Lebanese army to serve as the sole military force in the country. Hezbollah remains an armed group. I don't think any Lebanese official as of now has endorsed anything beyond the goal of a ceasefire. We're not even there yet. But that said, these diplomatic maneuvers among the Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors in Washington, D.C., there is appetite for that. That was a Lebanese demand weeks ago as the war was continuing and escalating. And that seems to be an indirect acceptance, at least for now, by Hezbollah and Hezbollah's allies, that a ceasefire serves their interests too. So I think there is appetite for that, but not for that kind of high-level meeting between the president and prime minister of Israel.
Right, and a peace would ultimately render Hezbollah completely irrelevant, wouldn't it? I mean, their raison d'etre would be, reduced to nothingness, wouldn't it?
It depends on how you look at peace. The Lebanese and Israelis signed an agreement, a bilateral security arrangement that was revoked less than a year later. The Israelis signed a deal with the Lebanese as militias were not just expanding their leverage, but at a time that Hezbollah was born. And at a time that Hezbollah not only targeted U.S. Marines, French Marines, but blew up embassies and actually ended international action in Lebanon, ended international peacekeeping forces in the country. I don't think the Israelis are interested in a peace deal that serves Lebanese interests. I think they're interested in a deal that brings quiet to northern Israel, and that's the kind of deal they're looking at anyway, regardless of what happens right now in these current negotiations. But for there to be disarmament of Hezbollah, that has to be a Lebanese request. And that requires international attention that's not Israeli-focused, but Lebanon-focused. We're not there yet. And the reason I'm now opening this door is that, unfortunately for Lebanon, Hezbollah is not a Lebanese militia. Hezbollah is operated almost directly at this point by Iran. That requires talking to Iran about letting go of what it built here over 4 decades, which is its security leverage, not just in Lebanon, but across the region. And Hezbollah brought Iran a lot of security guarantees that it didn't have before and influence that it didn't have before. If I were the Iranian regime at this current stage, that's a card, and an important card that they're not ready to let go of. That requires proactive diplomacy with what is now the current version of the Iranian regime. I fear this is beyond Lebanese-Israeli diplomatic maneuverings in Washington, D.C. This requires American-Iranian engagement that serves Lebanon's interests. I don't think that has happened yet.
I want to ask you, one senior figure in Hezbollah compared President Aoun, seemed to be warning President Aoun in the process by comparing him to President Anwar Sadat of Egypt, who was, of course, assassinated, and said that if he made a peace deal with Israel, he risked a similar fate. I mean, do you think that's Hezbollah threatening the president of Lebanon, that if he does this, his life is in danger?
You know, it's not just him. There was another Iranian advisor that said something similar towards the Lebanese prime minister as well. These are real threats that should be taken seriously. And of course, it's not unprecedented. Lebanese figures have been killed in recent Lebanese history while trying to engage this issue. My own father was targeted and eliminated by Hezbollah while trying to reach out to the Iranian regime from Lebanon. A proactive diplomacy meant to end Hezbollah's weapons in the country through diplomacy and dialogue. He was killed as well. I think those threats should be taken seriously. But that said, I don't think Hezbollah announces their assassinations ahead of schedule. If there's a security risk to them, which means if there's a real security threat to the Iranian regime's security interests here, I think you will see assassinations return. And of course, Sadat is that example of somebody killed signing a peace deal with Israel. I don't think we're even there. I think where we are right now is the appetite and appeal for a form of national consensus that can produce a permanent ceasefire and a return to armistice. And armistice served Lebanon's interests in its earlier years. Armistice kept the border quiet at a time where the Lebanese army was weaker and at a time where the Lebanese army's budget was less. and the border with Israel was much quieter. Lebanon was spared those years when it had a form of neutrality and a form of international protection that worked for Lebanon. I think if there's a goal in mind right now, it's to reset and rethink how to get to those conditions. Peace, normalization, tourism, and exchange of embassies and ambassadors were not there. That's. I think if I had to guess, Lebanon will probably tag along to a much more broader regional appetite for that to happen. And I sense this is why the Saudis are a bit concerned that Lebanon should not go too far at this stage and maybe limit what it's trying to do at preserving quiet. And the Saudis and the Lebanese and other countries as well signed an agreement here in 2002, the Beirut Arab League Summit, which is a recognition of Israel on regional terms. I sense Lebanon will probably end up there before it rushes into a peace deal on its own.
And presumably on the Lebanese side, there is still considerable mistrust of Israel and their intentions. Israel is reported to be demolishing buildings, villages in the south of Lebanon, including religious buildings, most recently a convent I was reading about. I mean, that all looks like a plan to prevent civilians from returning to that point, that part of Lebanon. And that does raise questions, doesn't it, about what Israel is aiming to achieve?
Unfortunately for Lebanon, this round, remains the biggest loser in whatever happens. And the biggest loss this time around is a buffer zone that has been depopulated and, as you rightly pointed out, cleansed of locals, cleansed of infrastructure, cleansed of homes, cleansed of infrastructure. The Israelis have demolished and decimated South Lebanon, more or less covering what they once occupied in the late 80s and 1990s, which is a geography that's south of the Litani and a geography that covers about 5 to 6% of Lebanon's total geography. Except this time, they're not occupying people. They pushed out Lebanese in the hundreds of thousands early on, and now they're making sure no Lebanese can return, at least until some wider agreement is reached. And it's a big problem. There are hundreds of thousands of Lebanese that remain displaced. Across the country, they cannot return to their homes. And it's not just southern Lebanon. There's fear even in going back to the southern suburbs of Beirut, even though the fighting there has largely stopped. But there is a fear that this type of conflict can renew once more. And it did. The moment Khamenei was killed in late February, hours later, Hezbollah got involved in a war that was extremely unpopular here. I sense at this current stage of Lebanese history, if Hezbollah deems it necessary to escalate in a way that saves Iran further defeat, it will do that again. I don't think this is a rational Lebanese actor. This is an Iranian security project. Hence, it preserves Iran and Lebanon loses. And I think your point is well taken in that Lebanese civilians at this stage in 2026, 36 years after the civil war ended, 26 years after the Israelis left the south, once more getting punished for a war that has nothing to do with Lebanon.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about those 1 million displaced people, since you mentioned them just there. As you were saying, they can't go back home because their homes may have been demolished. Their entire town or village might have been demolished. What sort of an impact do you see that kind of displacement? 1 million people on a small country like Lebanon, what do you see the impact as being?
I think permanent damage has been done. In the last 2 rounds of war, permanent damage has been done to 2 entities in the country. The first is Hezbollah. Hezbollah lost 2 rounds of fighting. It will never be able to sell this as a victory simply by surviving as an armed entity. They've lost popularity across the country. Of course, they've lost popularity long ago among the majority of Lebanese. But in terms of Hezbollah-based support, or at least the allies that they had, the allies that they constructed in Lebanese politics, they've largely abandoned the group. So Hezbollah has taken a heavy hit. And a heavy hit in many ways, not just in leadership or communication or weapons, a heavy hit in a national sense. This is not a deterrence force or resistance force any longer in the minds of most Lebanese. Also, Lebanon as an entity, as a power-sharing experiment, as a country, I think has also taken a heavy hit, and this may be permanent, and that so long as society at large remains hijacked to regional war, you see the appetite and the appeal for a form of fracturing. In the 1980s, this led to the cantonization of the country. It led to checkpoints and a multitude of militias that took hold. This time around, it doesn't look like it will head in that direction. And fortunately for Lebanon, Hezbollah is the only armed group in the country worthy of discussing. You have smaller Palestinian armed factions. Every Lebanese group has some weapons in storage, but there's nothing as sophisticated as Hezbollah, and that's a good thing. It means there's no return to civil war. But the fracturing is happening anyway. And there are calls for a form of separation, or perhaps even partition, that shouldn't be taking place in 2026, yet it's entered the discourse. I think this is a lasting threat to the Lebanese entity, meaning I don't think Lebanon is a viable, governable country so long as Hezbollah remains armed. The longer this problem lasts, the shorter Lebanon's future. And I think we're going to see that play out in the coming stretch. Hezbollah has to be disarmed. That should be a priority before any peace deal with Israel, before any movement in any other direction.
Yeah, and another way in which Hezbollah has taken a massive hit, and you know, I was just thinking about it as you were speaking there, is obviously Syria is by no means its friend anymore, and it used to be, and geographically it was a very valuable friend, and a very large and powerful friend in terms of numbers. And we just heard that, in fact, Syria has arrested a whole group, I think 11 suspected Hezbollah operatives inside its territory, which it says were planning to carry out targeted assassinations on senior figures in the Syrian government. Do you think Syria has a role to play here in helping Lebanon do what both countries would quite like to see happen, i.e., Lebanon purged of Hezbollah?
I have to give credit to the Syrian leadership for refusing to take any part in Lebanon this round. In other words, there are no Syrian soldiers battling Hezbollah militants in Lebanon. There are no Syrian checkpoints in Lebanese geography. There has been actually a rejection of any curiosity, and some of this was leaked. Some of this was even floated by the Americans, by Tom Burges, that Syria's role could be more constructive in Lebanon. I have to give credit that there's been an absolute rejection for that, because the Syrian occupation of Lebanon destroyed both Syria and Lebanon. And the earlier regime that got tangled willingly in Lebanon's civil war prolonged that civil war, allowed for disastrous things to happen in Lebanon, and of course all of that came home to Syria, and it took time, but that leadership and that regime ended. And it ended once those support networks that it established could not defend them any longer. That includes Hezbollah. So I think the rational determination to stay out is the correct one. That said, Lebanese-Syrian relations will take a long time to normalize in a healthy way so long as Hezbollah remains armed. I think there's skepticism, there's threat on both sides. And I think there's a societal concern here too, that the Syrian regime wants to take revenge against Hezbollah. It has not done so. That's a good thing. But I think for things to normalize, you have to have an end to the security climate that produced the most abnormal form of governance in the Middle East. Once that ends, and I think there is a chance for it ending, I don't think things are permanent. Iran may be forced, in the end, to let go of its most important card in return for things that we have not discussed yet in diplomacy. Maybe Hormuz, maybe regional guarantees, maybe things that it wants and it's willing to let go of Hezbollah. If that happens, I sense a brighter future for Lebanon and Syria too. Short of that, though, that takes us back to the beginning of this conversation. That type of proactive, constructive diplomacy has to take place. It cannot be short attention span like meetings that the Americans are pushing for. Just get Joseph Aoun and Benjamin Netanyahu into a room and everything will be fine. That's the attention span that worries me. And I think American attention span, with or without Trump, is short when it comes to the Middle East. Our problem is historic, and it takes time to fix.
Right, and that really does bring us back to the beginning of this conversation, doesn't it? So you're saying that photo finish, that photo opportunity of Netanyahu shaking hands with President Aoun, probably in the Oval Office, wherever it may be, that is the treat, the goodie that needs to be saved till the very end of this entire process, for all the good reasons you've just given there. I want to ask you just lastly, just to wrap up, and we've heard the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that a peace deal is imminently achievable. Do you agree?
There are certain words that make me feel like they're supermarket terms. Peace is such a broad word. You can pick and choose the items that you'd like. And maybe some of those items are fresh, some of them may be a bit expired, but peace is too broad of a word simply to say now is the time for peace. I think the emphasis should be on Lebanese interests, and Lebanon should govern itself, should function as a viable entity. Lebanon should defend its interests too, and Lebanese should make the case for that. Proactive diplomacy is a good step by the Lebanese government. Peace with Israel is the last step along a very complicated journey that includes preconditions. Disarming Hezbollah is one of the most important ones, but it's not just that. It's a guarantee of permanent ceasefire. It's a return to armistice. And it's also the acceptance, the normalization process. Lebanon is not there. And I don't think popularity or polls indicate much. It doesn't matter if 9% or 90% of Lebanese want peace right now. Peace is an inevitable goal, but the preconditions are more important than a shortcut, maybe even victory-seeking, Nobel Peace Prize-looking administration that doesn't care so much about the long-term consequences. What worries me is in that photo with the two ambassadors meeting, with Trump in the middle, you had Ronald Reagan's portrait just next to them. Ronald Reagan spoke about Lebanon as though it was his primary concern in 1983. In 1984, the Americans left. They abandoned Lebanon. I don't look for that as a solution. I don't want 1 year of investment and then 40 years of hell. I'd rather see the complicated diplomatic course play out, not a shortcut. Whether Rubio's intentions are good or not, peace is a noble goal, but it takes time. And to build peace, you need a foundation that works. Lebanon has been paralyzed for over 5 decades. It can't be fixed in 5 minutes.
All right, we really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Ronnie Shutter, political commentator and host of the Beirut Banyan podcast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Arabiya English, your media partner.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as the city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, so June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music The music that makes you dance, even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer. C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me. Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet-Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Shall I ask you?
He wants us to throw someone under the bus.
Let's ask him.
No. I've got something to say.
And I said, no, it was him. It was him.
What did you pick up? Anything
No,
from
I
his...
didn't pick up anything. I just said, you know what you're doing.
Shall we start with Saturday, boys?
As well, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, get out of the way.
So
it was a romper stomp of a night.
It was, yeah.
A day.
Day and night, wasn't it? It was
good day.
So we went to went to watch the football, but you boys were there. You got there on time. First of all, I was running round after the kids. We went to watch both my boys, East London and West London.
Yeah,
you watched your boy in Manchester. So we done all that. Then we went to the big game, the Wayne Bridge Derby.
Wayne Bridge Derby.
Southampton
I've been a
Man
bit
City.
annoying, wasn't I?
Yeah.
That's what I did one up.
It's hilarious.
Do you know, my dad loves Saints, you know what I mean? Obviously started there, and the whole box was City. And I just kept saying, no, it's meant to be. It's meant to be, innit?
Oh, mate.
Saints are going to end up winning it 50 years on.
Then.
And City were like, they were dangerous, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then we broke, and I said to you, watch this, we're going to score now.
Yeah, you lot made substitute. You made a couple of substitutes.
Yeah.
And you said it, and you called it.
I called it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. And then I celebrated a bit too early. I was running around the box.
Yeah, what was you thinking?
Called your dad.
Called my dad and everything. So I called my dad, he's buzzing. And then, I don't know, you had a feeling they were going to get a goal, didn't you?
Do you know what they look like, Man City? They look like, you know when a boxer gets hit and he's like, I'm taking it seriously, and he comes back with a flurry.
Yeah.
He looked like, right, we're going to turn it on now. They bought great finishes from both.
Oh, yeah, really good.
So, obviously, he was in the box with the superstar, right?
Yeah.
Liam. And he said whenever he wears that jacket,
yeah,
it's got that CP company jacket with Man City on.
Yeah.
And he said, because whenever I wear this jacket, we win. Yeah? So he said he's undefeated. Right? I was like, Liam, mate, you lot win everything anyway. so you can wear any jacket you want and you still win. But he's like, he was cursing you.
Yeah.
He was cursing, he was saying, oh, yeah, look at you. It was all fun and games, but it was just like, he starts running around.
I said, I've only watched about 5 games this year that I've been to, and every team I've wanted to win has won. So someone's O's got to go. And he was getting the ump.
He was getting the ump. But it was a great day.
Yeah.
And look, I had no dog in the race, but I just liked seeing them having a little bit of needle. Yeah. It was so good. And then
we only gone 1-0 up, so we called my dad. He's absolutely buzzing. Then we obviously lose 2-1. He goes, yeah, call me dad, call me dad. I ain't calling my dad, we just lost.
Because we were going to the Prodigy afterwards, we talk about that. But so I come with 20 minutes to go, and you lot clearly had a good day already.
Yeah,
the vibes were high.
Had a couple of drinks.
It was.
I tucked into a bit of lamb shank.
Did you?
Yeah. Was it lamb shank?
What do you make of the food at Wembley? Because
what do you want?
You obviously don't like it.
You don't like it. So why would you ask me that?
Because I'm in the catering game as well. I can picture. I think for I've been to stadiums.
I think it's quite good.
It's all right. Yeah. It's all right. But the best one I've been to is Leicester. Leicester have good grub.
Yeah.
And I might be biased, but Villa as well.
Yeah.
2 Midlands clubs. I know I've gone off piste a bit there. Yeah. Should we get back to the Prodigy?
Okay, so the day commences into the Prodigy now.
Yeah. So when we finished the game, we just went.
What did you
event?
Because we was having a nice time in the box. But then when we went over the road, I didn't know what to expect because I've not seen them live because I missed them at Glastonbury.
Yeah.
I've not seen them live since Nebworth when I must have been 14. And it's a different vibe then. But that arena was amazing. There's the loudest thing. This is how you know it's too loud. 2 songs in, we're bouncing round. He's gone, it's a bit much, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's pretty much. I was like, do you know what?
It doesn't help. We was right next to the speaker and stuff.
Also,
we was right next to the speakers. What do you expect?
I used to love a bit of drum and bass, and I ain't done drum and bass for ages. An event. Obviously, we've been to Fortet a few times. And he always plays a little bit of drum and bass.
Yeah.
But I was like, I forgot how mad it is.
Yeah.
I love a dance. I love jumping around. But I was thinking, they just put a little bit of a slower song on Fix. My knees need a rest day.
Yeah, but that's because you get low. How low does he get when you dance? You squat it down. I'm like, it's just a little geezer.
But it's like so low. Why do you get so low when you dance?
No wonder your knees are
Yeah, that's what's happened.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Oh, is it?
I better stop getting low then. It was wicked though, wasn't it?
Oh,
it was wicked.
so good. So good.
It was wicked.
Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Like, for the youngsters now, I don't know, maybe someone can tell us if any youngsters listen to this, but like, it seemed like the older people in there were having it more than the young kids.
There was, if you look down, you saw a cyclone, a mosh pit.
Yeah, the mosh pit was
a massive one. There was a massive one. I was like, I'd like to get in that.
Yeah.
So I thought that at the beginning, but then because it was so intense, I was like, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy we're up here out of the way.
You're complaining about it's intense. You're complaining about the volume. What's going on?
I loved it, right? But I was glad I had a bit of space to rest a little bit.
True. Yeah.
Really? That's what. Yeah,
you're right,
mate.
It's
banging tunes constantly. You can't help but not move.
You're right.
Yeah.
But there was points I thought, we need a little rest here.
Yeah. Do you know what was nice as well? When we went into the bar, we kindly got invited into was it like the friends and family? I suppose.
No. I went to the friends and family. You lot, I don't know where you lot went.
Where was you? Where did you went?
Mate, I was in there with the friends and family.
Right, okay.
We went to a different spot.
Yeah, there was two. There was.
Oh, is there?
It was where Liam's from the
Project.
Band, Prodigy. I went into his gaff.
You just get everywhere, didn't you?
And then I got a phone call that says, "Oh, you're in the wrong place." So I was with his friends and family. I was talking to, I think, his mum.
Really?
I was chilling. Yeah. And then they gave me some champagne and everything. Yeah. I was like, oh, this is nice. Waiting for you lot. Then you told me that, no, we're upstairs. I'm in the wrong place.
I can't remember how we got there.
I had to go upstairs. Oh, mate. Just get about in it.
There was good tunes in there.
The contrast. Yeah, the contrast, because you had the Prodigy drum and bass. Then you went in, the DJ was playing ska and reggae, and it was a mellow vibe.
Yeah.
It was nice.
It was
a nice little cruise down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was good, man.
I needed that. I needed a bit of relaxation.
So just to clarify, Liam was Gallagher in the box, and Liam from Prodigy, you crept into his party. So
mate, I was around a lot of Liams on Saturday. So good time.
The reason I called it overnight, because I was having a wicked time. I was working the next day. Obviously, I had a bit of work in the morning. I had to go and watch these young kids who'd that's a scouting app thing, and I promised them I'd go there and watch them, and so went all the way out. But when I come back to Chelsea, I went straight into the Chelsea versus Leeds game, and it was a little bit worse for wear. But I was getting, but you know, it's a big game. It does lift you a little bit.
You got up for it.
Because Chelsea and Leeds have got that rivalry from the 1970s. Yeah. I mean, if you've played it, like, it's one of them. So we started the game, and like every time Chelsea play Leeds in a big game, the television companies, they refer back to the 1970 Cup final, which is referred to. It's the dirtiest cup final, maybe the dirtiest game. Billy Bremner, Ron Harris. It was basically just prison rules. It was like the ref just gone, whatever you want to do, you do. They're kicking lumps out of each other, smashing each other. And we showed some of the tackles, and we got Ali McCoist onto the, and Coisty remembers watching it as a kid, because he's a bit older than us, Coisty, and he was salivating with the tackles, and Stevie G was there watching the game, and it's like, it felt like proper football. Do you know what I mean? Mm. And one of the interesting things was Michael Oliver re-refereed the game. And I think in the 1970 FA Cup final, there was one yellow card dished out. Michael Oliver said there was 8 red cards when he re-refereed it by today's standards. Wow. So it shows you how much the game has changed.
Yeah. But if you think about it, when you speak to older players that weren't playing when we were playing, you meet as you go around the stadiums, they always say how soft it is. Mm. Imagine how soft they think it is now.
God, yeah, I know.
Because it does feel like that every so often. It just gets a bit softer.
More sanitised, every touch. In the game, at one point, I was doing the game, and did you see the hair pull by... Mate, Louis. I'm like... And so, because when I'm commentating on the games, Coley, you'll know, you get the producer in your ear, so you can hear VAR if you want to, right? So you know if there's been an incident before the stadium does, like, so I hear they're checking something. So it was Calvert-Lewin and Cucurella, right? So I hadn't seen anything going. So you're in the stadium. My job's to watch the game intently. So I try and I like to think I'm across everything. If I see things, like, I didn't see nothing, right? And then VR, oh, there's a hair pull.
Wow.
And then you look at the screen and it's like nothing. It's like, it's like nothing. Sort of, when sometimes you're grabbing shirt.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of hair with Cucurella, isn't there? Any in that vicinity, you're grabbing hair.
Well, he's got that problem. I don't, so I wouldn't know.
So, but it was like a brush. It was like a caress of the hair.
Was it a little bit like the Martinez sending off?
That's what I'm saying. But I'm bringing it back to that because it made it. It jumped out at me because we just watched the 1978 Cup final and we'd all enjoyed the football and the tackling and the bite and they was up in each other's face. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, someone's touched Cucurella's hair and a potential red card VAR. I'm like, what's going on, mate?
Come on.
So, I mean...
Come on, mate. Like, do you know what? Listen, we don't have that problem. Like, obviously, we never had the problem. We never had long hair.
Yeah.
Well, you did for a bit.
I had long hair, No one pulled it, though.
No one pulled it?
No.
Oh, well, the thing about it, when that's happening...
Yeah.
If you felt your hair being tugged, are you going down or are you going to complain? You won't really complain.
No.
But they do now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's why the games are so sanitized and they're getting trying to get every inch and margin to win the game and get someone sent off. I think it's bad.
Yeah.
I think it's bad. I think that's like foul. I think that's foul play, trying to get another fellow pro sent off.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think that. I don't know about you lot.
What do you think, Bridget? I'm with you.
I feel like it's part of the game. I've only ever done something like that once.
Go on.
And I think that comes from probably more Mourinho. Remember, that side of the game. Like I remember Aboué tapped me on the back of the head, but it was nothing. I actually went down probably about 3 seconds later after it hit me.
Really? So what was in your mind when you was thinking? Because I know Jose used to like the dark arts.
It's Arsenal, and he likes the dark art. He likes the dark arts thing, doesn't he? He likes if you go down, he wants you to go down. I've only done that once, and that was that. And they didn't actually send Aboué off. They sent Adebayor off.
Did they?
Yeah, they got it mixed up.
Why
and the thing is, I used to hate playing against him. He used to wind me up. Like he's supposed to be a nice, supposed to be a nice lad, but to play against him, he's annoying.
Why?
Niggling and gets away with stuff. Really annoys me. So when I went down, I thought, he's getting sent off. And I said, no, it was him.
Oh my god!
Jose used to always say, English players too honest.
Yeah, basically.
Too honest because you have to remember it's a cultural thing. They talk about with pride. Argentina, right? You know, with Maradona's handball, they're more proud of that than the beautiful goal he scored because that's the street urchin. He's the English. Remember, the English are seen as the sort of
gentlemen,
the conquerors and things like that. So he's the street urchin, and he's robbed us. And in their culture, I hope I'm not offending anyone because this, from what I understand. From in their culture, that's like, we've stiffed you, basically.
There's so many players that are good at stuff like I used to hate playing against Italian teams.
Yeah.
Because it actually winds you up.
Yeah.
Because they can leave a bit on you. A bit like when I played against Cafu, mate, he was horrible.
Yeah.
Like, he'd leave a bit on you.
Yeah,
when you touch him next to him, and he does it so well, and it's so annoying.
Yeah.
Didier had a bit of that in him.
Yeah,
Didier was theatrical, wasn't
he? Yeah. Because he used to go down, and we'd all just be waiting. He's going to get up in a minute. Just hurry up. He was so good at it, wasn't he?
It's because when I look at him, though, I think, because obviously I had to study his game because he was the best of my ilk of striker. So I would watch him and I'd be like, I ain't doing that. That's like, it's all arms in the air. He's got his hair. His hair's like flowing. I'm like, mate, I know. The geezer's just like, he's made that, he's cut out for this. I couldn't put myself, because there's a few managers that told me, when you get in the box, you go past your man and you get touched, go down.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, that's cheating, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I want to stay on my feet and try and get to the end of it. But that's not, as the game went on, people were starting to realise, well, if you stay on your feet, you're a mug.
You get nothing for it.
You get nothing for it.
It's part of the game, innit? But you think he must have been horrible to play against because you think he'd bully you because he's that strong. Then you do one little thing and then he could just make him in a bit and get a free kick.
He was always in charge. He was always in charge. When he wanted to be strong,
he was strong.
Bang, you're not moving. And if the ball's coming, he's so clever because if the ball's coming and he thought, that's a real tough touch.
Yeah,
because he'd come, I'm gone.
Yeah.
He was on the floor holding it. But he was brilliant at it. He was the best at it.
But, so Calvert-Lewin is probably the closest to something like that. How did he get on yesterday?
Calvert-Lewin didn't get enough service yesterday. And that's the one. He was competent. He had one chance. The only time Leeds created a chance, the ball's got played into him, and he turned it around the corner to Aronson. It's actually the pivotal moment of the game. Into Calvert-Lewin, lovely touch around the corner. Aronson's in on goal. Sanchez, great save. Games are always about moments. We talk about tactics and everything, but games are about moments. And then, and after that, Chelsea just got more and more in control. Yeah. And I was so impressed because obviously we need to talk about the chaos that's going on. But first of all, you need to give the flowers. I thought Enzo Fernandez, who's had a difficult week, was outstanding. Scored the goal. Yeah. It was Lampard-esque in a way. He sort of he's a brilliant run. He took Justin. You know when you run into the box from midfield, you don't just run blind. No. But you're timing. He's timed to take him to the front post and just far post. Yeah. Oh, it was a beautiful goal. Was it? Yeah. The Chelsea were good for it. Okay, so that was my take on the game, but let's take it back to earlier on in the week when the madness started at Chelsea. Yeah. We saw the owner give Liam the vote of confidence in a AGM or board meeting of one of his other companies publicly. 3 days later, Liam gets the sack. First of all, what do you make of that, Bridgie? Like, he's been in the job 3 months. Maybe.
Well, that's just football, isn't it? I think people will come out and say stuff whether they really mean it or not. I think it happens a lot in football. I don't think people say what they really mean. Sometimes they say what they think they should say. But I don't know with him. I'm like, can you blame him? Maybe, but then you've got the way the club's run. Like I look at it now. Look at the way we've always talked about Tottenham. It's always above, like the way it's run up above. And I feel like that's how I feel a little bit about Chelsea at the moment. The problem is the way they're running the club. Yeah, but not every club's talk like Tottenham's, because they've not won anything, and the issues, and they're underachieved. So and the problem seems to be that. And now the problem, we're talking about Chelsea, but at Liverpool, it's not over the last 6 years, or Man City. Nobody's talking about the board. I don't even know the directors. I don't know the names of them because everything's smooth there. They're just letting everyone get on with it. Do you know? Does that make sense? Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah,
but it doesn't feel like that's happening at Chelsea, though, does it?
Yeah,
or does it?
No, I come out and said, Coley, we had the points per game since Blueco took over. So Blueco took over, and don't quote me exactly, but it was like Chelsea were averaging 1.93 points per game, and it got progressively worse, and they had a little one where it was a couple of years ago where it was 1.83 points per game, but it's still been underneath the standard of when they took over. Plus, they spent 1.8 billion. So clearly, they're in a situation now where they've chosen a methodology to go forward, and this is our route. This is what we're going to do. It's clearly not working, and sometimes the hardest thing to do in the world is to go, you know what, we've made a mistake. We need to pivot here. Get football people in. I liken it to, they've got a lot of expertise in the room of, they've got financial expertise, they've got recruitment expertise it's particularly in the young players academy directs, right? But there's no one in there with footballing wisdom at the top level who can say, right, this is what's going to happen. If you give these players 8-year, 10-year contracts, this is what their mindset's going to be when things are going bad. And this is what their mindset's going to be when things are going well. So Enzo Fernandez, for instance, right? He has been Chelsea's best player. His star's rising. He's looking at, he's gone beyond Chelsea to a certain degree. He's like looking around going, I want to be winning trophies. Do you know what I mean? So, but I've got 4 or 5 years left on my contract. And then it becomes, you have an unhappy player in you, a core player unhappy. And then how do you deal with that? So then they'll go, well, let's ban him for 2 games. I'm just like,
that doesn't make sense.
Don't make sense.
So basically, someone like that Enzo,
right?
Like, see, like their module, their plan on how they're gonna do things, and they're being a development. It's like a development club, because they're going young.
Yeah.
So obviously, you've got this module that lasts a certain amount, and once the player starts to blossom, right, which Enzo is now, what do you do to keep him happy?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And he's now looking at it thinking, I need to win things now because I'm getting older. Yeah. I know they see me as a leader, but he's going to want out because they're not winning enough, or they're not challenging for the best trophies. Champions League, Premier League. He wants to win that because he's seen the history of Chelsea. That's what spurred him on to come.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to be the senior statesman in the dressing room saying, well, you lot follow me. So because he knows that it's not good enough, because he's going to have to wait a few years until them other players catch him up and blossoms. So basically what's happening now is that he's going to want to leave now, because he wants to go somewhere that's of the same standard as him. And not him being the best player, but him pushing on to be even better.
Yeah, people dragging him up to get even better.
So that's what he's probably looking at from a sports psychology point of view. But they haven't thought about that part. Yeah. You're right. They haven't thought about that part.
At the start of it, I go, look, okay, this sounds good, and you're spreading the finances over 7-8 years, and it balances the books and whatnot. And you need someone in the room going, but this is what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And that is like it's like a disease within a squad. You've been in you must have been in squads when you've had unhappy players who want to leave. Can you remember that in your career?
Yeah.
And sometimes they can, because they get their agents in their ear. They can get toxic. They get agents in their ear, and then they play the silly games. You know, I'm not saying he is. I don't know what's going on, but it's like that's when you need a strong manager. You know, with a relationship with the players. It's almost a personal relationship. So it's like, listen, if I was managing Enzo and it was a normal routine, I'd be saying, listen, Enzo, we're not where we thought we'd be when you signed, right? But you're my guy. You're with us, right? This is your team. It's your family for now. Come with me till the end of the season. Don't say that nonsense when you go away. Maybe get the agent involved, and you go, right, we'll get to the summer and we'll all rethink and sit down and what we're going to do, and we'll have a good chat then. But I think by sort of banning him, like, you naughty boy.
But why? Like, they need him.
Absolutely.
So you need him. So why are you even banning him for 2 games? Like you said, sit down and have a chat with him. Manager, have a chat with him, or have a proper chat with him and smooth things out. Just banning him for 2 games. Like, what are you doing?
I know Liam they said it was a group decision with Liam as football manager. Your name, you're the fool guy, right? If you lose games, no one's the fans are hammering you. The fans just turn up. They pay their money. We can be as emotional as we want. We say, well, and you know what I mean? But Liam's thinking, I would really like Enzo Fernandez on the pitch against Man City, watching how well he played yesterday and what a leader he was. And fair play to him. Like, he said what he said. He come in and he's done it. I just think it's just the whole thing was a mess. Listen, that's the Enzo situation. That's a mess. Liam's gone. But there's a lot of criticism from people. The performance against Brighton away, as opposed to the spirit and the fight and the performance on Sunday. And like, it must be hard for fans to comprehend how a team can be there and then there. And the only difference is a manager's walked out the door. I mean, what's your opinion on it, Bridgie, when things like that happen?
Well, I think with Liam, I think most people are surprised he got the job.
Yeah.
I think most people.
Yeah, that's fair.
I didn't really know too much about him. I know he's obviously managed some teams, but you wouldn't say they played that great since he's been there. They've got some good results, right? But they've not been that great. But I think most of Chelsea fans I spoke to are not happy, right? And I'm just like, why? Why have they not gone for someone else
before Liam, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the criticism coming in, Coley, was he was in the building effectively because he was Strasbourg manager.
He was ready to go.
Cheaper option as well.
So cheaper option.
So I mean, what's your thoughts?
Obviously find him very talented.
Liam.
Yeah,
of course.
So when he was at Strasbourg, he was doing really well there. So they was thinking, okay, like Maresca wants to go. So what do we do now? We've got a ready-made manager over there. Because remember, even when Maresca come to Chelsea, he hadn't really had any credit in the bank either.
Championship, Leicester.
Yeah, but it's so. But they're saying they're probably looking at him thinking,
giving people a chance.
Giving people a chance. So you know what I mean? At the same time, save a little bit of money.
Yeah,
it's under our banner anyway.
Yeah.
So it makes sense just to bring him in, draft him in.
Yeah.
But no one can talk about obviously us giving Liam a chance and us giving Maresca a chance, because it's the same thing, really. Yeah, he did well at Leicester, but so did Liam. Liam done well where he's been, Strasbourg, and he done well when he was in the Championship. I think he was unfairly dismissed at Hull. So there was a load of things that.
I guess he done well at Strasbourg.
Yeah, he did.
The players liked him as well.
And that's probably half of the what the Strasbourg are in agreement with as well, because you just said you're taking our best manager and you're just taking it for yourself for the Premier League. So that's the whole protest as well on you're just using and abusing us. But then it's an offer that he could Liam himself couldn't refuse.
Of course.
He had to go. You couldn't say, oh no, I'm not ready yet. You get offered that, you go with it.
You get the train ticket, you get on it.
You go.
Yeah. Okay, so the mind of a player, for fans of we're the Dressing Room podcast, so we're going to take you to the dressing room. What is a new manager bounce in your opinion, Richard? You've seen it where players. I have my opinion. I think personally, there's always unhappy players within a squad. So, that's it. And if you haven't got a strong core, you get more unhappy players. Or at least they're outwardly showing it. And then, so when a manager goes, everyone comes into work.
Everyone's got a second chance.
And everyone goes, I'm going to go this again. You also get, when you have something like this Enzo Fernandez situation where players feel aggrieved by how he's been treated, because the players don't care what he said. The team don't care. We've had it before. When players say stupid things. Yeah, exactly. Players don't care. As long as they know he's fighting for them. So it's a bigger deal for everyone around the club. But the most important people at the club are the players and the squad, right? And I've worked with players where they've gone away with international duty and they've said something stupid about the club or they wanted to leave. And you come in and you just have a laugh and joke about it. It's actually like it's irrelevant. The only time you pull someone as a player is if you think they're not pulling their weight in training. And if you've got a good group, the players will do that. The manager won't even have to do it. The fact that the ownership have stepped in and felt the need to discipline one of the big leaders in the group is irrelevant. But the manager bounce is a real thing, right? It happens all the time.
Yeah. I've seen it happen and go positively.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Nottingham Forest, for instance.
Yeah.
They've had, 4 managers this season?
Yeah.
And they've just been trying to get the bounce. Trying to bounce the ball. It's just been flat. so someone's pumped up the ball now. It's actually bouncing. So they're doing well.
Yeah.
I've been in the other ship where we really loved the manager, but the results weren't coming our way.
Yeah.
And new manager comes in and the whole place is deflated.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So you have to, when you are, like, we've got to talk to these, the owners. When you're employing somebody, it's not about what you think or how it looks to you. It's about what's in that dressing room.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, we're not robots. We have feelings too.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're like, as soon as he walks in, I've said this before, the first impressions.
Yeah.
I don't like him.
Yeah.
And that just takes 10% away from you and what you do out on that pitch. And I'm not saying it's like we're doing it on purpose. It's like, I don't get the tactics. I don't get how he speaks. He doesn't gel with the group. Yeah. So it's just not going to work. Do you know what I mean? But upstairs in the boardroom, they don't see that part.
Yeah.
So you have to get that cohesion right.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that, right? I agree with you 100%, right? But then, we've seen a player power shift, and does the board speak to the because it's never happened to me. Maybe I've never been in the leadership group effectively in a club. I don't know, but I've never had the actually when I was at West Ham, I think maybe it happened. It come up once, but do you go and speak to the players say, well, what are you thinking of the manager? And do you know what I mean? I don't like that direct ownership to players thing, but I think there should be something in between where you get your fingers on the post.
Sport director's job.
Yeah.
He's the one that's supposed to be in the dressing room.
Yeah.
And he's supposed to be the connection between the board, the dressing room, and the team. So he is, and effectively, it should always be I think it should always be an ex-pro.
Yeah, I do as well.
That's relatable because you've been in that position. Okay, that's the board. I know their way of thinking, but at the same time, I've got to connect that with. So, what's the best manager? What's the best manager at the time? What we need for that bounce, or what's the best option out there to get that cohesion right?
Yeah.
So we know this manager's going to come in and do the business. Do you know what I mean? And there's got to be that train of thought all the way through the club.
Well, they've had the bounce. They clearly they clearly have a feeling for Callum McFarlane.
Yeah, they like him.
They see, I spoke to him after the game. You know, I'd never spoke to him, and his interview before the game, I thought, listen, and it's understandable. He's stepping into the spotlight. He's been Croydon manager and working in academy football.
Croydon,
right?
really?
Yes. big up the South London massive. Right. So this is a huge jump, right? And I was speaking to some Chelsea fans, and I had to put them straight because he's like, oh, Callum McFarlane, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Da, 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 da. I'm like, listen, the kid's clearly a strong dreamer. He's gone from there to there. Do you know what I mean? In a short period of time. And whatever you say, he's managing Chelsea Football Club at this moment, and he's took him to the FA Cup final. So you have to give him his time. And listen, and I like the story, right? It ain't perfect. They're used to seeing Carlo Ancelotti's and Jose Mourinho's and Conte's and all that. But this kid's come and he's got his chance and he's taken it. But before the game, he spoke, right? And I thought he sounded a bit nervous. He was talking to Jules, and we get the interviews before they go out. And he said, she asked him, how important is this game? And he's like, yeah, we need to get a positive result. It's a big game, but there's 4 more big games in the league. I'm like, no. When you're, as a manager, you've got to sell the product, right? Whatever that game is, there's a reason to win that game. If it's the 3rd round of the League Cup, you'll be selling it to the players like, listen, this is a chance for 4 or 5 of you. You know, I believe in you. You've trained really well. Don't go out. Do you know what I mean? You motivate him, but he sort of like, it was a bit wishy-washy. And I was like, oh, I don't like that. But then the team started, and I thought that it was excellent. And one thing I picked up on what he'd done, and he got it for the goal. So under Liam, we watched the Leeds versus Chelsea games previously, and they'd done so good at setting traps and pressing, right? And you know, like under Liam and Enzo as well, was a very build-up based. And Leeds stepped onto Chelsea, and they won the ball, and they scored a couple of goals, right? And then Sanchez, Leeds, they stepped out from a back 5, pressed onto Chelsea, getting ready to press because they're thinking, we've seen this picture before, we've won. Sanchez has gone bang into Pedro. He lost the duel with Struijk, the centre half. Bang, lovely bit of quality, and there's a goal, right? And then after the game, I spoke to Callum, and he was like, yeah, we worked on that. Do you know? I was like, okay, so that's smart. He's using a football brain. And then the interview afterwards, he warmed into it. You know, imagine it's one of his first big interviews as a manager. He's standing there, he's got Steven Gerrard. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And we're talking to him, and he warmed in. He's daunting. Like, listen, we're all humans, right? And he handled it really well. And, you know, you're like, you can't help. I just think you can't help but root for him now. Yeah. But I still don't think he'll be the next Chelsea full-time manager. No. So I suppose the question is, like, where do they go? Where do they go from there?
I've not got a clue. Because it's like,
I think they've run out of options, isn't they?
It depends if are they going to go and get a top manager, or are they going to try and
Glasner?
Give someone a chance again because it's less money? I don't know.
Glasner's a good shout because he's not in that bracket where he's top.
No,
he'd still look at the Chelsea job and go,
yeah,
that's a step up from Frankfurt and Palace. Yeah. But I think you if you're a Chelsea manager, unless they're going to throw money at it, and I think the money's run out. As much as whatever noises you come out, whatever PR you come out, for Chelsea fans, there ain't going to be hundreds and hundreds of millions spent this summer. It just can't. It financially doesn't make sense, right? So they got to find somebody who can get it. So Glasner's a good shout, and he would want it. Don't even look at the top managers like Luis Enrique's if he's leaving, or you know, I threw Xabi Alonso's name in because of how well he's done, but even him, Cesc is another one. But you're still giving a manager who's a young manager, inexperienced.
Glasner is the level.
But with Cesc more than anyone knows what elite football looks like. So it's not like Liam, who's coming in as young manager, or Enzo played at Juventus, didn't he? But he was there for a brief period of time. I don't think he played for it. Cesc was one of the best players we've seen in the league. Yeah. So I think the Cesc one is interesting because he might be in the right. He might be in the right. He might be. You've been at a few weddings with him.
I hated playing against him. He was annoying, wasn't he? He's a good lad. He's a good lad.
Anyone that's good and annoying. Anyone that's good, they're just annoying. Like, giving me a hard time.
Did you get on with him at the wedding?
Yeah, great lad.
Yeah.
He got on really well, yeah.
Got the Wayne seal of
He saw
approval.
my mates out some tickets.
I saw him in Como and he was bigging you up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's a good lad.
Oh, right, he's friend of the pod then. We'll get him on.
We'll get him on, definitely.
Yeah.
Mate, I just, because I'd rather take him than Liam, if I'm totally honest. She said,
I know what you meant.
So,
and I think because he was such an intelligent footballer as well. So intelligent.
Yeah, he was a great player.
And look, I went to Como, so with him, I went into Como doing this thing with the FA, and then he invited us over.
Yeah.
So there was obviously going to the match, but he invited us into the dressing room.
Really?
And into the office and everything, and then we looked at how his thoughts are of the game.
Really?
And how he wants to structure it, and it was quite interesting. He's a very intricate guy.
What did you pick up? Anything from
No, I
his...
didn't pick up anything. I just said, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's
I
doing.
can't remember all that.
So he was in control. That's good enough. It gives you a vibe. He's in control. Because I've been with managers and they're trying to tell you what, and you're like,
I think
that's sure.
That's something
I could see that he knew what he was doing.
Enough.
And then everything he'd done, we was watching the game on the Saturday.
Yeah.
And I saw it come alive on the pitch.
Really?
So, yeah, it was really good. He was playing in Poly.
We must have all had managers where they're in control.
Yeah.
You can see it.
But then you come across ones where you're like, they got a Scooby?
Yeah.
Do they know what they're doing? Do we know what we're doing? Do you know what I mean?
I've seen a few.
It happens.
I know. There's been a few.
But that's going back to what we was talking about before, about the manager bounce. So you've got to buy into the gaffer as soon as does he actually know what he's doing? That is what listen, players now are very educated.
Yeah.
They could even be managed.
They test you.
They test you.
Yeah.
They're educated because they've got all the thing on their phone and know about tactics and it's not like in our day that if you have to go and search for it.
Yeah.
You just trust in the manager.
Yeah.
But now you can start asking questions on how why is that? Why do I have to go and stand there?
Yeah.
Why not here? Because this has worked for me before. So why are you telling me to go there? Or close that player? So they're being tested now, managers, and that's probably what's happened to Liam.
Yeah.
Because some of these boys are like, well, I played at the highest level and I've never seen that, what you're trying to ask of me. I just don't, I'm not having it. And then that's when it starts to go back. Yeah. And then and then Liam starts to cave in because he's never been asked these questions before. Yeah. You never know. That's probably what happened.
There's a good chance that's what happened. And you've got to be strong. Just a quick one, because I thought, so this is important to talk about. Managers giving off that vibe of lose control. Was there anyone, or they're not in control, is there anyone in your career you can think of, or you want that, and what reasons was it? Because there's always a reason, I remember this. No, yeah, I do.
You obviously want to get it off your chest.
No, I'm not. No, and this is
why are you asking us? No. You know what you want to ask. Shall I ask you?
He wants us to throw something under the bus.
Let's ask him.
No. I've got something to say.
Say it. Say it with chest.
I'm going to be the same as me.
No. So and I like this man, and he had a
disclaimer.
You played for him, but you don't know. And he had a good career as a manager, but the job that he was in was too early for him. Okay. Looking back now, right? So it was Steve McLaren, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Great coach, one of the best number twos I've worked with.
Yeah,
he had a great way with players.
Yeah.
And he went on and done it. Great guy. And then he went on and had a good career as a manager. But he's probably, arguably, his best stuff was when he was number 2 at Manchester United on 2 occasions, and number 2 of England. He's really good, right? But you talk about things that make you think a manager has lost control, not as in control as think. We played a game. Remember, we had Bill Beswick, the sports psychologist, and there's nothing wrong with sports psychologists. I think they're an important part of the game. But I was walking in, and for some reason I was late in at half time. We must have been, I can't remember what game it was, difficult result. And I walked past and I caught the back end of a conversation with him and Bill, and it was like he was asking Bill what he should say or what he should do, and that's okay. But have that conversation, and if you want to bounce it off someone, it was a player caught the end of the conversation. And your head's frazzled because you're coming in, you're playing for England. You probably got booed off because there's obviously something. And then you go and you sit down, and I'm like, and then he comes in and says it, and I'm like, and I think
I'm not having that. It's manufactured.
No conviction. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And I've got nothing. But I'm just thinking. So it's always an incident like that for me where I think a manager's
because it's got to come from your heart. If you're going to go and batter a player or something, you don't go to the sports psychologist. It's got to come from your heart. So, what should I do? What should I say? That just means you don't know what to do. And then as a player, you'll just start questioning everything he does. It's like, does he believe in what he's doing right now? You know, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to be a manager, but he's probably asked the sports psychologist, how do I not affect the players? And I want it to come out in a positive way, but I want to say this. You know, but
I'm very much like you say it from
I know
chest.
you're like that, so that would affect someone. And everyone's different. Everyone's different. Someone might hear that. Someone like me, I'll be like, well, fair play to him. He's just winging it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'll wing it with him too. You know what I mean? Like, so I'll have a go, but the only thing we can do is give our best as a player.
Chelsea mayhem. They're in another FA Cup final. Manchester City it keeps going. Really looking forward to that game.
Yeah.
Hope we're all there in some capacity. I'll be working.
It's the Bridgie Derby again.
The Bridgie Derby. Bridgie's got to be there. Right, but listen, we need to go from the FA Cup semi-final to the bottom of the incredible story. Let's run you through this timeline, boys. 52nd minute. West Ham go 1-0 up against Everton. As it stands, they're 4 points clear of Spurs, who are drawing at Wolves. Then a mad 8 minutes. From the 82nd minute, Spurs score against Wolves. With the table as you were, both West Ham and Spurs winning. Spurs are back in the relegation zone. West Ham 2 points clear. Everton score, so it's 1-1 in 88 minutes. Spurs leapfrog West Ham and come out of relegations on goal difference. 92nd minute. I'm really pleased with this lad. Callum Wilson scores for West Ham, and then moves them out of the relegation zone, and it was just complete mayhem. As it stands now, West Ham are on 36 points. Spurs are on 34 points. 39 points has been enough to survive in the previous 15 seasons.
Wow.
For a West Ham man, I know like Mick and everyone, our pals, the West Ham people, it was a roller coaster at the weekend. And the emotions, and there's still 4 games to play. What did you think, Coley?
I had the best day ever.
Yeah, you had a great day.
I had a great day.
West Ham win, City in the box.
I'm only.
No wonder you was on good form. The best version of you was out on Saturday.
He was bouncing.
I kept looking back.
Do you know what?
He had the little thing. He had the thing dabbing the head on the prodigy.
It's hot in there. It's hot in there.
The final because it's hot in there.
It's hot. Yeah.
But man, it was so good. What a day. So I've obviously gone up to Manchester to see my son play.
Yeah.
And he played really well.
Yeah.
So I was really happy with that. Get on the train again. I got on the train from
we need to get you a deal with Piccadilly
to Euston. And then from Euston.
Can't really miss your stop on that one either, can you? It ends there. You're all right. You just got to get off at the train stops.
From Euston to Wembley Park.
Yeah.
Tried over. And see you in there, innit?
Yeah.
But then on the train, I'm looking at live score.
Right, okay.
Right. And then as I looked at it, it flicked to 2-1.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my days. I started going like that on the train. Yeah! I looked like a complete madman, yeah. Luckily I was with someone, because I'd have done the same thing even if I wasn't.
Yeah.
I was like, yes. And everyone's looking at me like that, and I'm thinking, yeah, man. We've done it.
Yeah.
We've done it. And then I've looked at my phone again and I'm getting loads of texts now. You jammy dodgers.
Yeah.
You lot, how have you got out of it?
Yeah.
And then I was like, this is what we do. But looking back at that game, right? I had it down as, I don't mind Spurs winning because obviously they're playing Wolves and Wolves are at the bottom of the table. Nothing to really play for, but they made hard work of it. But at the same time, I looked at it and I thought, I don't mind them winning, but we have to win too.
Yeah.
But what does that do psychologically for a Spurs fan or the players at Spurs, when they're thinking we could get out of here because Everton should be beating West Ham, but they don't. They lose.
Then psychologically, the penalty thing at the end as well. The handball.
And the handball, everything. Says, this is just not our year.
Right, that's deflated.
It's deflated. It's so deflated. Because if that happened to me, I'd be like, well, we tried our best.
Yeah.
It's just not working. The gods are not with us.
It does feel that way. Like the universe is trying to tell Spurs.
You need to go down.
You need to go.
Pack your bags.
Because another thing at the weekend is Solanke and Xavi Simons. As of today, you hear he's done his ACL.
Yeah.
So he was just coming into a bit of form.
Yeah, he was their best player for quite a while.
Yeah. So, I mean, you do start thinking, and this got the referee call of no penalty in check.
Oh, mate.
I mean, what did you make of that? I mean,
look, if you're,
I just
you leave yourself open when you're grabbing him anyway.
Yeah.
But it does.
Grabbing and hitting.
I've got to be honest. It did look like he pinned over his shoulder and went like that. It didn't. And I was like,
don't get me wrong, we're happy it never got given. How
it didn't get given, mate. Like, so there's so much drama in that day. And when you come out on top, it's so unbelievable. Yeah, so it's like we needed a bit of luck and comfort. And Jared Bowen has been unbelievable too. He put 2 on the plate for us, so we're all right.
Yeah. Jared Bowen, man. Yeah, he looks like...
He looks like he wants to go to the World Cup.
Yeah, mate. Listen,
he looks like he wants to go to the World Cup, mate.
For me, you would take him all day.
All day of the week.
All day, because he's quality...
Direct.
He's direct. He scores goals. If you give him 5 minutes, he's giving you his heart for 5 minutes. If you give him the whole game, he's giving you everything. So for me, you take him. But just going back, like it was so good, so exciting, so much twists and turns. Now we've got 4 games to go, right? And
I've got something to say on that.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you think? Speak to me.
Listen, I'm not ruling for us that.
Wow.
Nah. Because the only reason I'm not saying it's a bit far-fetched.
Yeah.
But they've got 2 extra games.
They got Europa League semi-finals against Villa.
Villa, that's it, sorry.
Which is massive.
And they got Chelsea coming up as well.
Yeah, they got Chelsea away. They got Man United away. So
it's a tough run.
Yeah, that's a good shout there, actually. Because
tough run. And if we win our games, or Spurs win their games as well, remaining, then, mate, they're back in it. Yeah.
Well,
not going to win every game, but just, they got to keep on winning for us not to catch them.
But they're flying, mate. I don't know what...
listen, mate, 5-0.
Away as well, by the way.
Yeah, 5-0 against Sunderland away. I didn't see that coming. Nobody saw that coming. But at the same time, it does look great for them. So even the fans have got to say, we're safe now. You would say that. Yeah. But you're still not. You're still in it a little bit. You know what I mean? It's not full time yet.
Well, just looking at Spurs, talking to Spurs fans, the Villa game at the weekend is crucial, right? Now, the reason why Spurs have got a good record against Villa. Villa have got the semi-finals either side of the game. And Villa are not playing. Villa had a bad result against Fulham. So I think it's this weekend, Coley. I think if Spurs go and beat Villa, I think they're alive. I really do. I think they're alive. But if they don't win, and I'm even saying this, if they only get a point at Villa, I'll be happy to go. They're goners.
Yeah?
Yeah, because they ain't going to Chelsea and getting anything. That never happens. And the Leeds at home.
When's the last time you got something at Chelsea?
It's a long time, mate. And regardless of the season that Chelsea are having,
you'll still win.
That game will be second last of the game of the season.
And Chelsea would want to put them down.
Yeah, of course they would.
They would love to do that. Speaking to Jason Cundy.
Yeah.
I'd love to put them down.
Yeah, that'd be a good shout. That talk show after that day.
Do you reckon the players at Chelsea feel that?
Yeah.
The Tottenham
they know.
You reckon you do?
They
do.
You know, it's culture.
Yeah.
You feel the vibes straight away.
Yeah.
You know, remember when...
Oh, no, yeah. When I just wonder if they feel it now sometimes.
What do you reckon that is, right? Because, like, it was... Growing up, it was Arsenal, Spurs. But when Chelsea and Spurs have always had this needle. They're quite... Like, Chelsea are close to Fulham, Brentford, Arsenal.
It's just always them.
It's just... Where do you reckon it comes from?
I don't know what the history is behind it, but I know that Abramovich added the fuel to the fire.
Yeah.
Because remember, he was supposed to buy Chelsea first.
Yeah, he flew over Tottenham.
He was supposed to buy Spurs first. Then obviously he flew over Tottenham, said I want that, and then obviously something happened with the deal, and he got upset.
Yeah.
They didn't want to do any deals with Spurs, so there's that history in it, and I think it stems further back.
Yeah,
I need to find out what it is.
We had a brick through the coach window. Remember
that was West Ham.
Oh, was that West Ham? Was it? I thought it was Tottenham.
West
Ham.
Oh, yeah. You're always blaming Tottenham for everything.
Right, credit where credit's due to Arsenal. Difficult week, they got the job done. They held on. We was watching the end of the Arsenal game, and they looked nervous, didn't they? It wasn't
clean.
It wasn't clean. You look at Man City and it just looks flowing. Even when like Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Arsenal, when you've watched them recently, they've been like that. Apart from the City game where they played all right. But the other games I've seen to watch, they do seem a bit.
Yeah,
like,
nervous.
Doesn't seem right. Does
but
it?
this is the part of the season where they usually fail.
Yeah.
So obviously, in their hearts, they
think it's going to happen again.
They think it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
But they're trying their best for it not. So the brand of football or whatever it is out the window. They just need to get over the line. You know? And they needed a response after the last game. They needed it. So however they had to win, they had to do it properly in any way. Because it didn't matter whether it was sexy football or bad football. Get it over the line, get the 3 points on the table.
Who else they got left? Because I think we were saying this might be a slip-up game from Newcastle. Was it West Ham they've got as well?
I'll run you through the games left. They've got Fulham at home, West Ham away, Burnley at home, Palace away, Man City, Everton away, Brentford at home, I think, all give problems to Man City. Bournemouth away, tough game. Palace at home, and Villa at home. So it's a shootout, right? The goal difference is there. I think Fulham are. I disagree.
If you're Arsenal, you're looking at that, you think, we win all them.
But you should be excited.
West Ham be tough, I reckon.
You should be excited. I think, like, if you want to,
So how did you feel when you was in that position? Have you ever been in that position when it's just a 2-horse race? And,
excited.
You're excited about it?
Excited, like.
But I don't think they are.
No, they
just can't wait for the season to be over and they've won it. But they just, I think they're taking it game by game.
Do you know when I was a player in these situations, because I act before I think a lot in life, as you see. Right?
As you do.
A bit like your drive.
Right, I act before I think a lot in my life, and I played like I like to play. I like to take risks and react and all that. So I think that helped me in these pressure situations. We talked about playing for England, right? And everyone talked about the pressure of playing for England.
No, you were different though.
I didn't pressure, but it helped me in these situations. I was going into the game, and it was almost like. The only time I felt pressure in a football was when I had to take a penalty. I was terrible at penalties, right? Some players could zone in. That's when my brain used to go like, but actually like worried about a game.
I think that's your ADHD. That's your ADHD.
No, I don't like being the centre of attention. Like when, do you know what I mean?
I think you love it. You weren't saying that on Saturday.
That's what I was going to say that, but I didn't want to say.
No. I love playing. I love playing, right? And I like to do. I love. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I like to do things. When I played, I like people loving. I like people liking me watching play. But taking penalties used to frazzle my brain. But I never used to get whether the game was an England game in a World Cup or whether it was a League Cup semi-final. It was always the same nerves for me. So I didn't understand. But
I think that's because with penalties, you got longer to think about it. When you're on your pitch, you just
on the 1v1. So hard. I used to hate it because me and the goalkeeper.
Your brain starts going.
Should I lob him to his right? So I had one, I remember, up at Manchester United at Old Trafford, and it was me and De Gea. And I was like, clean through on goal. I was like, oh my God, the whole... The theatre of dreams is watching my dream right now. So I was like, what should I do? I'm thinking to myself, it's like an eternity getting towards him, right? And I'm looking at him, I think he's looking at me. And this is where the pressure comes, right?
Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to this.
Yeah.
Like, but I've got to do something.
Yeah.
I'll have to make a move. So I'm there. Do you know what I've done? Just gone through his legs.
Yeah.
He was like that, wide open. I says, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
And I just made my mind up and I've done it.
Yeah.
And that's where the pressure, that's what you get paid for, right? To handle those moments.
Yeah.
Now, let's take it back to Arsenal. It's time now is for them they have to earn their money.
Yeah.
They have to earn their money. You're getting paid all that dough for pressure moments like this when it's a 2-horse race and you've got to come out on top.
Yeah.
If you don't come out on top, egg in your face.
Yeah.
Simple. So where can Arsenal go with this? Now we're going to see the real cojones.
Yeah, the cojones.
You know when he talks about that story about what he's thinking? Yeah. He's got the ball. What are you just thinking? Oh, I'm going to score here.
I've got music in my head most of the time. We're talking about it.
Yeah.
I did see it was a sports psychologist. That's right. When I wrote my book and that was...
What do you mean music?
Music.
He's hearing music while he's playing football.
Is it?
Yeah.
So it's a thing. It's a thing.
Is it?
It's not just me.
It's a Joe
I've got
Cole
to check
thing.
that. No, it's not. There's other people.
Is there?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know, but apparently there is.
No, apparently the geezer checked it out. He said because the geezer checked it out. He said there's
What geezer
when I'm
checked
not all
it
the
out?
time. When I was playing at my best.
Yeah.
There was like just
When you never had the music, you weren't playing.
nah.
Best.
Liverpool fans probably remember that. Before we go, we're gonna do the poll. Following our argument last week, we ran a poll on socials to see if Max Dowman should go to the World Cup.
Oh.
I'll have a guess which
You
way
got a
that
poll?
went.
70.
All
Do you wanna
right,
know-
just
go on.
because you know they've gone with you.
Have they?
If they've got any sense, they would have.
Yeah,
Right.
but do you know what? If we don't win it, do you know what I'll be saying? Because we never took Max Dowman.
We've got to win it.
So worry about that, mate.
We've got to win it.
You've got to win it, mate. You're getting it. You're getting Go on, what did it say?
You're Arsenal today. You love Arsenal.
Mate, do you know what? I didn't. I wanted a green one, right? It's Percival.
Okay.
Luke is an Arsenal fan, isn't he?
Right,
so he sent me.
He's trolling you.
It's nice, mate. It's nice.
He's trolling you.
It is a nice car. Let's get back to this, right?
Go on.
So 75% of the poll said no, which was Carlton, not to bring Max Dowman, and 25% said yes, Bridgie. So seems like most people
we'll go with the sensible option.
Yeah, voting means nothing. Voting means nothing.
Hey!
Right, we were discussing headbutts on last week's show.
Yeah.
And we couldn't remember a proper headbutt on the pitch.
Yeah.
Well, David commented on our YouTube page and he said, what about Zidane in the World Cup final? Mate, probably the most famous headbutt.
Have we not?
It wasn't a headbutt though, was it?
It was a chest butt. It was a chest butt.
It was a chest butt, but he used both his fists as well. So it was like,
did he?
Yeah, did you see it? It was weird.
I've seen it.
Not like a proper bang have that. It was like, I've never seen it in my life.
His chest, wasn't it?
I've never seen it since.
Yeah, it was like a ball, wasn't it? It's like he missed his head and he's gone in for his,
like that,
into
bang.
his chest. Do you know what, right? It's an iconic moment.
We were talking about this
headbutts.
earlier, actually, weren't we? About like, if you're going to do it
properly.
You're going to get sent off most time if you do a little one.
The
goalkeeper.
You know what? Just go and do it properly.
So talking about headbutts and that, did you see that Zaragoza goalkeeper? Yeah. Listen, if you haven't seen it, please go online and go and find the red card for the Zaragoza goalkeeper, because when you talk about going all in and getting sent off properly, he thought, well, I've got sent off, so I might as well go and do it. I might as well go and do it properly.
Not doing it properly, didn't he? It was a nothing. It was a bit.
So he thought he'd just go and finish the job.
Yeah. So he went sent off and went back and done it properly.
What are you doing there?
I really hope.
I rate that. You know, when you're off, you might as well go and do it properly.
If you're a bear, be a grizzly one. Innit? Do you know what I mean?
I rate that.
Do you know what, right? I hope he's listened to the podcast and we're in his head and he's gone, do you know what? Because he could see what's happened with him. He's lost his head. He's gone off. And I think the fella said something from over there and he's just like,
what? You what?
No, I reckon he's just gone, let's do it properly.
Yeah. Goalkeeper, you know, goalkeepers are strange.
Yeah.
Goalkeepers are a strange bunch. So he's like, let me break this down. So he's broken it down. He said, all right, I'm off now. So you're getting it. Let's have a trot over and just whack him.
We've all been sent off in our career, right?
Yeah.
We've all been sent off.
I've been sent off once.
Yeah, I've been sent off once, right?
I've been sent off a few times.
It's a horrible feeling, right?
That walk.
It's the walk of shame. And you go back into the dressing room and you're sitting by yourself and you're just going, please get a result. And it's like, and
I was all right.
I was all right with mine.
Was you?
Yeah, mine was
I
unjust.
should have been sent off.
I shouldn't have been sent off.
Me
either.
too.
It's the rest fault.
Both of mine were high feet.
What, 2 high feet?
Yeah, 2
You're not
high
allowed
feet.
to do that, geez.
Mate, I'm higher than everyone. So I'm actually trying to bring the ball down. And I didn't know. It wasn't malicious. You know?
Okay. Right. But anyway, it's a horrible feeling, isn't it? When you're in there and you're just waiting for the lads to come in. But I'm thinking, if I've seen my goalkeeper do that, and he's already off anyway, I'm thinking, I can't wait to get home and get in there to speak to him. Just go, Geez, what happened?
What were you thinking? Why did you do that?
You know, be like, I just lost it. I just lost it.
Man. You did.
Thanks for watching and listening. Please rate, review and subscribe. Next week, because there are fixtures on Monday, Chelsea versus Forest and Everton versus Manchester City. We will be recording on the Tuesday and dropping on the Wednesday. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next week. You can watch on YouTube or listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on all socials, and we'll be back next week.
See you later.
Big up.
blockades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.